So as people take their seats, I want to start by welcoming everyone to the spring edition of the Brookings panel. We have a great lineup today, but before we jump into the program, I wanted to mark a few transitions that are happening at Brookings and let people know about changes and especially show appreciation to people who have contributed so much to Brookings over the years. So first, Stephanie Aronson, who's here today, was the Vice President for Economic Studies at Brookings and a terrific supporter and partner in leading the part of Brookings that works on BPEA. So she was a terrific help to us throughout her entire time as vice president, especially through COVID. I want to especially note that Stephanie made sure that we had the latitude to expand the number of conferences, expand the number of papers, change the format of the conference, and make sure that everything added up on the Brookings side of the ledger. So she was not only a wonderful supporter, but also an advocate for BPEA, and her service is appreciated and missed already. You will notice that as soon as she left Brookings to go back to the Fed, we signed her up to be a discussant for the first paper today, so her service continues and always will. So the other point that I want to note is that this is Jim Stock's last conference as co-editor of the Brookings panel. Most people know Jim's path-breaking work in econometrics. And through his work on the Council of Economic Advisors and BPEA, came to know his commitment to credible and effective economic policy. Working with Jim, of course, I came to know also his incredible work ethic, his unflagging belief that better analysis leads to better outcomes, and the always necessary sense of humor that gets you through something as complex as not only a BPEA program, but a BPEA program over the course of a pandemic. So those signatures are evident in BPEA programs and papers over the last, I'm shocked to say, 8 years. Personally, I couldn't have hoped for a better editorial partner. Two things carry us through this transition. So as Jim goes to become the Vice Provost for Climate and Sustainability and Director of the Salata Institute, thank you. And there's more to the name beyond that, but I'll stop there. We have the incredible Brookings staff who provide stability and a fantastic foundation for all of our work. Special thanks to Hao-En Chen and Megan Ware, who you will see running everything over the next 2 days. And also looking forward to the new co-editor who has joined Brookings, John Steinson, who's already on board and working hard to plan the fall meeting. So to run the program today and chair, I'll turn it over to Jim.
Thanks, Jan. Let me second the thanks to Stephanie, who's just done a wonderful job. I think Brookings, the Brookings Papers runs very substantially independently from Brookings in an editorial sense and in terms of a substantive sense, and I think that gives it a great deal of integrity. And we really do owe Brookings and Stephanie in particular, but Brookings, the institution, a lot for its ongoing support of this really important effort. And I think she did a wonderful job in terms of giving that support and at the same time ensuring the editorial independence that really makes this all of our work credible. Thanks also, Jan, for those kind words. It has just been a joy working with you. I've just enjoyed it. It's just been a real treat, I have to say. A lot of fun. The Brookings mission is a really important one. We play a critical role in the academic ecosystem and also in terms of providing relevant information to Washington. And I think you're going to see some of that in the papers in this conference, and certainly starting off with the first papers today. So what I'd like to do is just turn to the sessions that we actually have. Let me just start with a couple of the logistics. So this is being Zoomed, webcast, that sort of thing. So our usual pre-pandemic rules of Chatham House rules are not the case because this is going out to a live stream. Say what you wish. For Zoom participants, this is a little complicated. You're supposed to raise your hand if you have a question. We will then promote you to a panelist, and then we will call on you to give your comments, okay? Timing is the timing for the usual papers is 15 minutes for the authors, 12 minutes for the discussants, and then we'll have floor questions and then go back for final responses. It's a little different for the emerging markets panel, and we'll go over that timing at that point. So with all of those out of the way, let's turn to the first paper. And Catherine Abraham and Lee Rendell are discussing labor force participation developments. And Catherine, I believe you are you're running the show here.
Great, thank you. Let me share my screen here. Is that showing up?
Yes, good.
Okay, great. So I'm very sorry not to be able to be there in person, but this is a second best substitute. So the motivation for this paper is really as shown in this figure. It shows what has happened to labor force participation since the year before the pandemic up until now, and also what has happened to average weekly hours of work. The decline in participation and its failure to recover to pre-pandemic levels have been much discussed. The decline in average weekly hours has been quite a bit less discussed, though there's a nice recent paper by Young Suk and a co-author that do talk about this. Our objective in this paper is to understand what it is that accounts for the failure of both participation and average weekly hours to recover to their pre-pandemic levels. Of course, labor force participation was falling even before the pandemic. Partly that was driven by demographic changes. Partly that was driven by pre-existing within group changes. So any assessment of what the effect of the pandemic has been on participation needs to take that into account. There are also things that happened because of the pandemic and the response to the pandemic that may also have led to people choosing to work less. Some of the things that people have talked about are federal pandemic spending that put more money in people's pocketbooks, rising house prices that made them better off, long COVID and its effects on people's ability to work, fear of COVID, and maybe if those things don't explain what has happened, some ongoing reevaluation of the balance between work and other things in people's lives. So in order to evaluate these competing explanations, the first thing that we've tried to do is to develop a benchmark against which to assess what has happened to post-pandemic participation and hours. So for this exercise, essentially what we're trying to do is to divide the changes that we've seen into pieces that are unanticipated, things that we wouldn't have expected, versus anticipated. For this exercise, we're using 12-month moving average data. We're comparing the 12 months ending in December 2022 with the 12 months ending in February 2020. The demographic factors, as I said, obviously have had an effect on participation in recent years and possibly on hours as well. The thing that gets talked about most is the aging of the baby boomers as they reach their retirement years. But it's also true that at any given age, educational attainment has been rising and people who are more educated tend to work more. So we want to take that into account as well. So our first benchmark is a decomposition that treats as anticipated any changes that can be attributed to shifts in the age by education mix, looking at detailed age groups and detailed education groups among those 25 and older. Formally, we can write this decomposition out as shown in the equation on this slide. What we're calling the unanticipated change in participation is the change that you would get if the shares of people in each of the age education groups wasn't changing. The anticipated change is the part that's due to changes in the shares of people in these different groups. And then in principle, there's interaction terms between those two, though they turn out to be negligible in our context. That's not the only thing that's been happening to participation over the last 20 years. There also have been significant within group trends in participation. At younger ages, participation has been trending down. At older ages, it's been trending up. So our second benchmark takes those pre-existing trends into account. We do the same thing for hours, though, as you'll see on the next slide, it turns out not to make very much difference, accounting for either demographic changes or pre-existing trends. So this is just a way to summarize what we find in this decomposition. The two charts, the two bars on the left are showing you first how labor force participation has changed for the 12 months ending December 22 versus where they were before the pandemic. Labor force participation is down by about 0.9 percentage point. The bar on the far left treats as anticipated changes due just to demographics. Taking demographics into account, there's a little bit over a 0.5 percentage point left unexplained. The next bar shows what that decomposition looks like if you also allow for within group trends. If you do that, there's only about a 0.25 percentage point left unexplained. The two bars on the right show what's happened to hours. Hours are down by about a little over or half an hour per week on average. Almost none of that is due to anticipated changes. So that's what we're trying to explain. To put this into context, that decline in labor force participation is equivalent to losing about 2.4 million workers. Of that, you have about 1.4 million left after you account for changes in age and education, and about 0.7 million after you also allow for pre-existing trends. The decline in average weekly hours is just as important as the decline in participation in terms of the number of equivalent workers. It represents a loss of the equivalent of about 2.4 million workers. I need to make a couple of quick measurement comments. One comment is that our measurement of the decline in labor force participation is affected by the fact that in January 2022, the Bureau of Labor Statistics introduced new population controls that incorporated the fact that the census showed that the population had become younger than had previously been realized. Younger population, higher participation rate. If we had accounted for that, the drop in participation since before the pandemic to now would be a bit bigger. That wouldn't, however, have any effect on our estimates of unanticipated changes. So for our purposes, that's perhaps less important. The other measurement comment I need to make is that if you're somebody who's used to looking at data from the payroll survey, you would have seen something very different than what we're seeing in the current population survey in terms of hours. There's two reasons we think that explain the discrepancy in the behavior of the two series. One is that the CPS measures hours per employed person, whereas the payroll survey measures hours per job. Multiple job holding has gone down over the pandemic. That can explain part of the discrepancy. The other difference between the two is that the CPS is measuring hours worked, whereas the payroll survey is measuring hours paid. To the extent that workers have paid sick leave and they're taking more time off post-COVID, that also can explain part of the discrepancy. So we're focusing on CPS hours. What explains why participation hours in the CPS have fallen during the pandemic and not recovered? One thing that you sometimes hear people talking about is the very generous pandemic unemployment benefits, the child tax credit payments, the economic impact payments. All of that had ended by the end of 2021, but what that means is that any lasting effect from those payments would have to be due to their effect on household wealth and the increase in permanent income that they represented. Our assessment, based on estimates of the elasticity of labor supply with respect to wealth, is that these are nowhere near large enough to explain much of anything, not even taking into account the fact that to a large extent they were offsetting other losses in income. Rising house prices also could be a factor. If people have their houses worth more, they may feel less need to work, particularly people approaching retirement. Most past research has concluded that rising house prices don't have much effect on labor force participation or retirement behavior. There is one interesting recent paper that argues that rising house prices caused significant declines in participation among older homeowners. We have some reservations about accepting the results at face value that we discuss in the paper, but even if we take them at face value, the right interpretation may be that not that rising house prices cause people to leave the labor force, but rather that if hit by a shock, older homeowners might have been more able to retire while older renters who didn't exhibit this same behavior couldn't. It might help with explaining something that we see in our data, which is greater participation declines among more educated older adults who are more likely to be homeowners. The overall net effect on participation, though, even in the paper I cited, was negligible. A third explanation for declining participation and maybe reductions in hours is that people are suffering from long COVID, that there's a lot of people who got sick and that's having lingering effects. There are some estimates out there of very big effects of long COVID on participation and hours. Just to walk through how one of these estimates that got a lot of press attention was put together. This is a paper by Bach that was released last year. She looked at the number of people with long COVID, estimated that if they hadn't gotten long COVID, these people would have been as likely to work as other people, and then applied an estimate of the share of people who get long COVID who end up not working or reducing their hours as a result. The issue, I think, with trying to construct an estimate that way is that it needs to be the case that your estimate of the long COVID population and the source you're using to estimate the labor supply impacts are congruent. And we think that's not the case. The big estimate, the 4 million people out of work due to long COVID, uses data from a non-probability sample of long COVID sufferers that was recruited via through long COVID support groups and through social media. Who's going to respond to a survey like that? It's going to be people, most likely, we think, who are suffering serious problems. And we fear that as a result, the aggregate labor supply effects estimated using this approach are going to be significantly overstated. There's other research out there that doesn't rely on being able to directly identify the long COVID population. One study is the paper by Goda and Soltis that proceeds by looking at people who experience a full week health-related absence from work and then compares their subsequent participation and hours to that of other people. They combine these event study estimates with information on excess health-related absences during the post-pandemic period to estimate the long COVID effects. There are some issues with this estimate that they need to adjust for. One is that if people are absent from work for a full week, but it's not during the survey reference week, they're going to get missed. And the other is that long COVID can have an effect on people who were out of the labor force at the time of the survey. But adjusting in a reasonable way for both of those, they come up with estimates of reductions in participation that are something under 900,000 as of June 2022. We've updated their estimates through December 2022, and we've also calculated a worker equivalent effect on hours, and our numbers are shown at the bottom of the page. Shiner and Salwati take a somewhat different approach. They use data on the excess number of disabled 16 to 64-year-olds relative to trend, together with information on participation and hours among disabled and non-disabled adults to tease out the effects of long COVID. I don't have the time to go through the details of the calculations. They get a somewhat smaller number. One thing about their numbers is that they didn't estimate a participation effect for adults age 65 and older. We've extended their analysis through December and also added estimates of participation effects for the older adults. We get an estimated effect on participation that's similar to the GOTA and SOLTIS estimate. The final thing that people have pointed to as a factor in lower participation is fear of COVID. The most notable work on this topic is that by Barrero, Bloom, and Davis. I think Steve's in the room, using their survey of working arrangements and attitudes. Their estimates of the effect of what I'm calling fear of COVID, and Steve would rightly point out that their question is actually a bit broader. It asks about, they're looking at worries about catching COVID and other infectious diseases. Their estimates are very big, 2.2 percentage point as of the first half of 2022, according to one estimate, 2.6 percentage point according to their other. I guess our question is whether those estimates are plausible. The overall labor force participation rate for adults 20 to 64 only fell by 0.6 percentage point between February 2020 and February 2022. What that would imply is that absent COVID fears, participation for that group would have been much higher in early 2022 than prior to the pandemic. There are some reasons, I think, to be a bit skeptical of the results from the survey data. One issue is that it only includes people with significant prior work experience. It's a pre-recruited online panel that may not be representative. There's some evidence that Barrero, Bloom, and Davis themselves report that suggests that a more representative sample might give lower numbers. And then I think there's issues about how the questions are being asked. I think they may be being asked in a way that encourages a yes response. There is some other data out there on how fear of COVID relates to participation. The Census Bureau's Household Pulse Survey has asked non-employed respondents why they're not working and gives them a menu of responses. The figure here shows how the number of people giving fear of COVID as an explanation relates on an inverse scale to the labor force participation rate. By December 2022, the share giving fear of COVID as their main reason for not working was down to 0.4 percentage points. Even that number may be too high in that it may seem more socially desirable to say that than to give some other answer to why you're not working. And we're a little worried as well that people citing COVID fears also could have been long COVID sufferers, and we don't want to double count. So we have a guesstimate, and it really is a guesstimate that maybe 0.2 percentage point of the decline is due to that. So how would I sum this all up? We were really pushed to put a bottom line out here, and I do want to emphasize that these are guesstimates. Our guesstimate is that, depending on which benchmark you use, most or even more, much or more, even or most of the decline in participation relates to things that were going on before the pandemic. If you take the first benchmark, allowing for the COVID factors, we can explain most of the decline in participation. If you allow for pre-existing trends, we can more than explain it. As far as hours, very little. The COVID factor, pre-existing trends explain essentially none, and the COVID factors explain very little, we think, of the decline in hours that we see. That leaves room, we think, for the explanation that part of what's going on, especially with hours, is that people are seeking a different balance between work and life. There's some patterns in the data we've looked at that are consistent with that, to the extent that people who we think may have more financial resources may be more likely to have cut back on their participation, at least. But the hours decline has been very broad-based. We obviously would like more direct evidence regarding this explanation, but let me stop there.
Thanks very much, Catherine. The first discussant is Stephanie Aronson, as she's heading up. If you happen to have a copy of the paper in front of you, I would call your attention to Figure 2, where the first of the dotted lines, which is a projection of the LFPR, is from a 2006 Brookings paper by Stephanie and Jonathan, and maybe there's some other co-authors in the room, and it's a pretty darn impressive projection, I have to say.
So first, actually, I want to just lay out why I think that you can all hear me, right? Why I think that this is such an important exercise to be doing, right? The labor supply right now, the labor market is very tight. Wages are rising still at a very fast pace. And so particularly at my employer, the Fed now, there's a lot of interest in understanding why it is that the labor market is so tight and whether this is likely to persist. And answering this question intends a lot on whether we think that the current behavior of the participation and the work week are unusual relative to their pre-existing trends and given the state of the business cycle. I think it also depends on whether changes brought on by the pandemic are likely to be persistent or not. And I think there's also a question about whether there are changes we might expect going forward that haven't been fully realized. For instance, the response to the increase in remote work and whether that's likely to persist and whether employers have really fully responded to that. I'm not going to spend my time going on what Abraham and Rendell did. Catherine already explained it very clearly. But my goal here is really to provide some additional context for the decompositions that they did. And also, their paper was very comprehensive. But I think there is a lot of low-hanging fruit for researchers going forward. And so I'm going to try to identify some of that. So as Catherine explained, they control for between-group evolution of the population, controlling for age and education. They also have an exercise where they control for pre-existing groups within, pre-existing trends within groups. For instance, this like half a century long decline in prime age male participation that we've seen. And with regard to the cyclical position of the economy, they're basically assuming it's about the same. They're like, look, the unemployment rate now is similar to the pre-pandemic level, so we're going to say that's a similar. So that's a possible, that's a plausible assumption. I think you could make some other ones. Right now, the labor market, I think, could be tighter than the pre-pandemic level. There was evidence actually presented in the fall, at the fall meeting here. Maybe the natural rate of unemployment is temporarily higher. It's time varying. There's some evidence of that the V over U rate is very high. Wages are obviously growing very fast. On the other hand, participation has very long lags in reacting to the cycle. This is one of the things that there's been a lot of research on since we presented our paper in 2014, up to 4 years. And so it's possible that the level of participation hasn't actually recovered from the pandemic shock. The other thing I just want to point out is that, as Catherine mentioned, they use the existing population controls, and that, has particular implications for their work, as they note that actually the change in participation could be about 0.3 of a percentage point higher if you were to incorporate the new population controls. And thanks to my colleagues at the Federal Reserve Board who painstakingly constructed new CPS weights, I'm going to be able to do that in my analysis. So, unsurprisingly, I'm going to provide an alternative benchmark based on our model, the 2014 version. I have made a few adjustments for it. So first of all, I have actually incorporated into the trend the revisions to the population controls. I just did this by wedging back this 0.3 of a percentage point change, because if the model had seen the different distribution of population back 10 years, it would have incorporated that into the trend. Also, I'm going to, estimate the cyclical component. I'm just using the CBO's estimate of the non-cyclical rate of unemployment to construct an output gap. and I'm going to use 4 years of lags, 16 quarters, which is sort of the state of the art, but actually the results are not very dependent on that particular specification. What I haven't had time to do is use like alternative measures of slack. I would just say I want to let all my previous co-authors from all the previous versions of the paper off the hook. They're totally not responsible for anything I have done here. I didn't clear this with anyone. And I know that some of them are hard at work on an alternative version of the model, which hopefully they'll have the pleasure of presenting to you at some point. So, this model is not in any way the state of the art nearly 10 years after we presented it. I think I'll show you that I think our treatment of younger cohorts, it was wrong in the 2006 paper, it was wrong in the 2014 paper, still wrong. Also, we have not such a great, a very crude treatment of education. We incorporate it as a control variable, but we don't look at changes in labor force participation by education group, and I think that would improve the performance of the model, but I'm not doing that here. Okay, so how did we do? The maroon line shows what we, in the 2014 paper, was the baseline, and the sort of lighter orange line shows an alternative specification where we extrapolate forward the participation of the youngest cohorts rather than assuming that their participation was going to continue to decline. So that kind of is what accounts for the difference. And actually, I think the alternative looks pretty good, even after all this time. So I think I'm going to show you what happened with young people and why I think that the baseline is, is too low. So, just I'll say by this measure, right, the labor force participation rate now is about 0.4 of a percentage point below its trend. And I think that is a reasonable estimate of, potentially how low the labor force participation rate is. But this, of course, does not account for the business cycle. So in this chart, I've put in a predicted value that includes the cyclical variation that I mentioned earlier. You can actually see that the participation rate right now is right on the predicted value given the trend and the state of the business cycle. So again, the distance from the trend for this model is about 0.4. So that's what this model is sort of saying is the unusually low level of the participation rate, but it's not that unusual because as the economy continues to improve, it would move, go back up to this trend. In a sense, by this version, there's nothing to explain, okay? The participation rate is low, but it's anticipated. It's because of the state of the business cycle, and there's actually nothing to explain. Now, in the inset box, I just give a couple of different possible accountings. So the first is just the raw change in the participation rate. The difference between the Abraham and Rendell version of the change and mine is the population controls. Then if you just account for the change in the trend, so this is sort of the exercise that Catherine and Lee did, and I'm here incorporating the version which accounts for the pre-existing trends as well as the demographics. You can see that actually, I think that, there's a bigger unexplained part than they do, but then once you account for what's going on with the business cycle, there's very little to be unexplained. So in that version, which accounts for the change in the cycle, that 0.4 or close to 0.5 is actually due to the fact that the actual participation rate was inexplicably high prior to the pandemic. So a lot of what you think is going on with participation now depends on whether you think it's just going back to this trend, in which case there's like nothing to explain, or in fact, whether you think that there's real information in the fact that the participation rate was so high prior to the pandemic. So to try to get at this a little bit, what I've actually done is taken the group trends that we presented in the 2014 paper. I extrapolated them forward to now, because in the paper we only showed them to 2014. Yeah, so this just takes the average growth rate from 2009 to 2014 and extrapolates it forward. And, I think the first thing to point out here is participation among young people really stopped declining back in about 2010 on a trend basis. And it's been flat or even rising a little bit. So this is part of the reason why I said, look, the baseline really just had too pessimistic an assumption about the participation of young cohorts going forward. On the other hand, if you look to the 55 plus, I think the story that Catherine and Lee were telling holds up very well. This is really where the big shift down is. And you can see I put in a dashed line that marks the pandemic, and you can see that the deviation really is coincident with the pandemic. I think the other thing that's interesting to point out on this chart is, actually participation among prime-age women looks pretty good. It was above trend and above what you would have expected given the state of the business cycle, even before the pandemic, and it continues to be now. And I think this is actually a very interesting story that we could do some more research on, because I think, female participation was rising. It flattened out around the year 2000, and then it actually started to edge down a little. And the story seemed to be that low-skilled women were starting to drop out, that basically their participation was being affected by the same factors like low demand that were affecting participation among low-skilled men. And that story does not seem to hold anymore. So I think that's sort of an interesting area for future research. For men, actually, it's the same thing. Their participation was also a little inexplicably high prior to the pandemic, and it's a little bit high now. You can see the magnitudes are very small, but I think that's something worth exploring. Okay, now in their analysis, hours turn out to be a very important component, but they have less to say about it. Partly is because, as Catherine pointed out, there just isn't that much in the literature right now, and I think that this is a big hole. The paper clearly identifies this as a place where more work is needed, but I think we can do a little bit better in providing some direction for that future work. So the CPS actually has several different measures of hours in it. The measure the authors use is hours last week. So what did people actually work? And they put in zeros for people who had a job but weren't at work last week, which the CPS doesn't do. So these, this last week measure could be heavily influenced by things like I was sick with COVID and I couldn't work, or sick with something else, or my kid was sick and I couldn't go to school. And so one thing about this is that, I think Catherine and Lee say, this seems to have had a very strong influence on the level of hours. But one point I want to make here is that it also has an important implications for the variance of hours, basically for uncertainty. So this is a chart where we've just matched up COVID waves, which you can see the number of COVID cases are the dashed line. The waves we've marked off very crudely using the gray bars, and it lines it up with their measure of the work week. And you can see that in times when COVID cases are high, the work week is lower. And there's a lot more variation in it. In fact, I calculated the variance, and it's from the pre-pandemic period and the period from September 2021 on, when schools really reopened, and the variance is quite a bit higher now. So I think this actually has significant implications for people's well-being, for how workers are going to manage their home and work lives, how employers are going to work on scheduling people, and it's something that bears some attention. But I think the other issue is that this measure doesn't really tell us anything about people's labor supply. Like, this is not about how much people want to work. This is about how much people are working. The CPS actually has a second measure of hours, which is usual hours worked, which I think is arguably closer to the idea of how much do people want to work. Now, we know people can't freely choose their hours at a lot of workplaces, so I'm not trying to argue that this perfectly maps out people's supply curves, but it's certainly closer because it's what people have signed up for. So in this chart, I plot the author's measure of hours last week and also the measure of usual hours worked, but I've adjusted it to take out people who are working part-time for economic reasons, because those people are also clearly off of their labor supply curve. And I think it's very interesting. So this measure is flat prior to the pandemic, and actually even into the pandemic, but then starting around when the economy really starts to open up again, in the middle of 2021, it starts to edge down. And it's quite a bit lower than it was pre-pandemic. And so here I think actually there is a little bit of evidence in favor of the story that maybe people's preferences really are changing. And I think that a lot more work could be done on this. The paper was called Missing Workers. I'm running out of time, so I'm just cruising through this right now. You know, and I think it's just hard to talk about that without talking about the fact that the population is just lower now than it was projected to be pre-pandemic. I just pulled this table right from the Monetary Policy Report. I'm sure you've all read it very carefully, but if not, you can still find it online. The actual estimate of the shortfall in labor force due to the decline in LFPR is similar to what Catherine and Lee show, but you can see that the population between the excess deaths from COVID and net migration actually decreases the available labor force by like another 50%. So, just to wrap up, I think the paper is a definitive starting point for thinking about the labor force post-pandemic. They've done a very thoughtful review of the literature. Their decomposition, I think, provides sensible results. I think the paper, though, highlights some huge lapses in our understanding of what's going on with weekly hours, which are a very significant part of the story for why labor supply is so low. I think also, there could be a lot more work done thinking about how participation will evolve going forward. So, we know that the story with COVID sickness and how low participation is now, they've identified that, but what's going to happen in the future with that? I think I would be interested in seeing some continued work about the increase in the social safety net during the pandemic and how it affected labor supply. I wasn't 100% sure. There was really no effect. I kind of think about it as the story that you told about house prices, where, I think on average it's true these policies don't have huge effect, but like if you have a shock like the pandemic and you get this money, maybe that has a bigger effect. And because labor supply decisions are so persistent, I wasn't ready to completely write that off yet. Paper doesn't mention remote work. It doesn't mention childcare. I think those are likely to be critical parts of the story going forward. And, and I think they also raise this possibility. We know there are a lot fewer, older workers working now. I think it's possible there are actually some workers working more. And who are they? We see the participation among women is particularly high. There's still a little evidence that childcare is depressing participation among some women, not a lot, but it is. So who's entering the labor force? I think there's a lot of interesting work could be done on that too. So thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. The next discussant is Young-Suk Shin.
I'd like to. Okay, does it work? Okay, good, thanks. I think this is a paper really needed. There's a lot of interesting things happening in the post-pandemic labor market, and a lot of researchers have different ideas about how to explain this.
I'm very sorry, I can't hear the discussant.
Hello? Hi, Catherine. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear. Thank you.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay. So, well, Catherine, I said it's a wonderful paper. That's, that's all you need to remember, yes. So, and then they come in and they actually give a very balanced overview and assess the relative merits of these various ideas. I think it's a really wonderful guidance for the literature. So the main findings, you already heard it, but 2.4 million people in the fewer people in the labor force, About 1.7 has been predicted since before the pandemic, and then about 700,000 is remaining that can be easily accounted for by fear of COVID or long COVID. And then the other part of the story, and Stephanie has mentioned this, that the registered hours for those who are working actually has dropped quite a bit. So if you compute the full-time equivalent changes, that's another 2.4 million, so that's another big deal. And for this, there's no easy explanation. So I'm going to talk about four things. One is trend adjustment. That's actually what Stephanie talked about quite a bit, so I will kind of be brief about that. And I have a very detailed comment to fear of COVID and long COVID. I may just skip part of it. And then the third thing is that I want to take a step back and have a look at the data in a different direction. And then finally, I come back to the hours, because that's something that seems to be important and hasn't been really easily explained yet. Okay, the trend adjustment, this is from the paper. Stephanie did a much more thorough job. What I want to say is that we can think of this as one long trend. Okay, accounting for the demographic composition change, I mean, I don't think anybody can argue against that, but it's about the within group behavior changes. So whether it's a long linear trend or whether actually is some trend arrested by improving labor market and then hit by another shock, continuing downward trend. That's my, unfortunately, I don't think I can point things here. So what I'd like to say is that if you look at it, in 2000 was the peak of labor force participation in the US, and it has declined. And from 2003 to 2008, it was very stable. And then Great Recession hits, and then it had tumbles down. And then, you know, from 2008 to 2014, there was like a labor market is really slack, very weak, high unemployment rate. When the unemployment rate finally comes down to about 5% level in 2014, you see the downward trend in participation actually arrested for 5 full years. Actually, if you look at it very carefully, it kind of ticking up towards the end, and then the pandemic hit and comes down. So I think it really matter of, I don't think there's one correct answer. Stephanie has done many different things with the different authors. I think there's like many different ways to look at this thing, but I think it really matters whether you think it's one long trend or actually it's trend caused by some negative shock and then stabilizes, hit by another shock, and then stabilized, then hit by another shock. And of course, if you think it's stabilized, then the number of missing workers will be even larger. But even if we actually say that, okay, let's say that there's a pre-existing trend, so let's kind of say that that explains the missing workers. But I think that actually backs the bigger question, but why? For example, I'm showing you something a little bit an unusual aspect. So the left panel is for men. So these are different birth cohorts. And then I'm plotting their life cycle, the birth cohort's life cycle participation rate relative to the life cycle participation rate of the cohort born in 1966. And what you see is that for men, you see that there's like this downward trend. And then the squares are 2008 recession. So obviously for the older cohorts, they can experience it, but really younger cohorts like red and yellow, they didn't experience it. Well, I'm starting at age 25, so this is missing the 16 to 24 age group that Stephanie emphasized. So this is actually once they are really in the prime age working situation. So you see that this actually is happening. So this is for men. If you actually divide by, as you know, college and more versus less than college, this is even more dramatic. So college plus people are doing fine. It's actually men who have less than college degree, 4-year degree, that has they start at a 7 or 8 percentage point lower participation rate at late 20s compared to the older cohort. So I think this is really a big question that we really need to think about. Yes, about 10 years ago, we talked about this when the labor market was recovering very slowly from Great Recession. People talked about video games. I'm sure it's part of the story, but I think we need more inquiry into this. And then women, as long as you just look at women like this, is doing fine, right? So they're relative to the older cohort, their labor force participation is high, or even higher for the younger cohort. You can see the red on the plus side. But actually, even if you actually divide women into college plus and less than college, the less than college people, they actually do well in younger ages, but once they hit mid-30s, they actually do much worse than the older cohorts. So this average, women seems to be fine, but then if you divide by education, there's some groups not doing as well. Okay, so trend, I think, is something we really need to think about. Second part is fear of COVID. Maybe my memory is so limited that when I first saw the paper, I couldn't believe it. In 2022, I thought pandemic, after the Omicron wave in January, I thought the pandemic just disappeared and nobody cared about it. So I couldn't believe it. So I kind of looked a little bit into this, and I actually find evidence in a different angle. that just corroborates what the authors find. So there is evidence that fear of pandemic, reasonably, have affected people's level of supply decision, but the magnitude is kind of modest. So the first thing I did is you kind of classify occupations by what I call proximity index. This is basically at work, like how much you have to be in close proximity of other people, either customers or coworkers. And what you see includes the 15th of each day, each month. So we kind of compute what is the new cases per 1,000 people in your state in that particular month, and then we kind of regress whether you are likely to be out of labor force or not. And it does show up. So if actually there's a lot of COVID new cases happening in 2022 in your state, people are less likely to be participating. So I think it's reasonable evidence that fear of COVID has played a role. Okay. Then this is a little bit too detailed, so I just leave it there. And the third thing is that we've been talking about the aggregate numbers. Participation, well, we kind of look at demographic groups, participation and unemployment and things like that. But if you think about it, it was a huge relocation shock. The pandemic hit, and different industries and different segments of the economy were affected very differently, and we haven't really converged back to the normal days. So what I'm showing is that I'm detrending actually the employment share of each industry to this level, and then you see that before the pandemic, they're moving around, but not moving much. The only thing that move a lot is mining and logging. But then once the pandemic hits, some industries jump in terms of employment shares, others tank, and then we're still far from the old days. So especially the workers who are older ages, to the extent that their skills to an industry their work skills are specific to an industry, you're hit by this, and then you don't know like how long it will take for your industry to recover. I think it's natural for them to actually, okay, I'm going to call it a day and then just retire. I think this is consistent with what the authors find, that the unexplained non-participation is especially high for older workers, 65 plus. I think that this is a good reason why some people just decide to retire early when this different, economy, it's not just the aggregate state of the economy, it's that some industries really hit hard and that you don't see it recovering quickly enough. And I think they are right. And leisure and hospitality haven't really recovered yet. This is a unit of standard deviation. They're still far from the trend. So, and of course, it also explains this vacancy part, right? So there's this industry with excess demand, but there are not enough people. So I think this mismatch and turbulent story have been used in the past to talk about sluggish recovery and high unemployment in Europe, for example. So I think this is kind of consistent way. So I think this is part of the story that I'd like to be thinking about. Finally, I'm coming back to hours, because this is the part that was hard to explain. So the aggregate work hours of an economy, you can decompose into the number of workers times average hours. And then this paper finds that the average hours margin is as important as the number of workers margin, the extensive margin, something that everybody talks about. And it's the hours margin that was harder to explain with the hypothesis that's being floating around in the literature. So let me just kind of focus on the rightmost sets of bars in each of the panels. So this is basically decomposing the drop in total hours for each group. So this is right panel is men, left panel is women, and each bar stands for different age group, 25 to 39, 40 to 54, 55 to 64, and so on. And what you see is that the red is the intensive margin, the hours margin, and the blue is the extensive margin. So first of all, you look at women, well, aggregate hours declined a little bit, but not very much. Men, well, for all age groups, the aggregate hours declined quite a bit, and the majority of that is because the hours margin, not the extensive margin. So this is something you seldom see. In business cycle studies, we typically think of the extensive margin accounting for about 70% of the fluctuations. So that's what you see in the other time periods. The Great Recession contraction, you see it's all blue, meaning extensive margin was a big deal. The recovery from the Great Recession between 2013 and 2019, it's all extensive margin. But this is the first time that actually intensive margin was much more important than extensive margin for some groups. Okay. So especially so for the young men. So I don't have too much time, so let me just, instead of showing you all the pictures, let me recap. So who reduced hours, the way we see it? It's actually young men, prime age men, and also the educated people. So the less than college people use the extensive margin to drive out the labor force, but the educated people, actually they stayed in the labor force, but they just reduced hours. But in terms of earnings, what's interesting is actually high earners who reduce their hours more, actually the bottom of the earnings, people increase their hours. So in the top earning decile men, they reduce their weekly hours by 1.5 hours per week. So that's about 3.5% of their labor supply. And then if you look at the hours distribution, those with the long hours, these are the workaholics. These are the people who reduce their hours. So you go back to 2019, if you want to be in the top decile of hours distribution as a man, you have to work at least 55 hours per week to claim the title. But in 2022, you have to work only 52 hours. So it's the right tail distribution of the people reducing hours, much more so than someone who's working 35 hours reducing to like 20 hours. So you do actually see a lot more happening at the right tail. So this is something interesting. And the question is why? And I agree with Stephanie and I agree with Catherine and Leah that we need to think more about this. I have to do more research. First of all, I don't think it's really directly related to COVID, because the average work hours fell actually between 2021 and 2022 when the COVID situation is improving. So it dropped tremendously. Hours dropped tremendously in 2020 because of the pandemic going on, but then it bounced back in 2021, and as situation is improving, hours fell again. So it's not really COVID-related stuff. And there's evidence, if you look at some, like ATOS in 2021, for example, there's evidence that people who have access to remote work or hybrid work, so these are the people who are more likely to reduce their hours. It makes sense. If you're in office 9 to 5, it's hard to cut hours, but if you're working at home, well, nobody will notice if you actually cut it a day a little bit early on Friday. And then there's some evidence. Actually, Stephanie talked about the need for having more evidence that there's a paper by Faberman and Shaheen, I'm missing one co-author. Actually, in 2021, they actually used some survey and find that in 2021, I actually asked people, what is your desired hours of work? And actually, a lot of people reported, oh, I want to reach my desired hours work in 2021. So people do, as Stephanie mentioned, I think people do want to reduce their hours. And there's plenty of anecdotal evidence that there's a reassessment of work-life balance, especially for people who were working really long hours. And also, you can see that in time use surveys that people who reduce their work, they increase their social leisure and social activities instead of, like, for example, increasing household work. So it seems like people are going more for leisure, okay? Especially the ones who can afford it. Okay, so to wrap up, I think it's a really great paper, the paper we really needed in this cacophonous literature. And the participation was neatly explained by prevailing factors, but at the same time, I think it really points to further studies. One is that why this participation rate is declining for some demographic groups? What is the source of this trend? And also the reduced hours. We have some bits of evidence here and there, very non-systematic. So I think this is one good point to start thinking more seriously about this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's start online. Caroline Hawksby, are you able to speak and show your video? Yeah, good. We got it.
Okay, great. So first of all, I just want to thank Catherine and Leah for a really tremendous paper that I found incredibly informative. It also does a really thoughtful job of controlling for the existing trends and for socio-demographics and things like that. So thank you for this great paper. I also want to thank Stephanie and Young-Suk for really good discussions because I thought they were terrific as well. Okay, what I'd like to get to in my question is that I think a prime theory of interest is a potential revaluation of work-life balance that may have eventuated during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think if we take a step back and we look at labor supply in the United States and what's gone on in the labor market in many years in the United States, the US is an outlier in terms of hours and weeks of participation each year. It's not that we are normal and we do a normal amount of hours and weeks. We actually are quite unusual for a very highly industrialized, very rich country. And if you look at countries like Scandinavian countries, continental continental European countries, they have much lower participation, much lower hours. So possibly what is going on is that the pandemic shocked people into realizing in the United States that maybe they didn't need to contribute that many hours or that many weeks of participation. And that's what I would be interested in. We also, as I'm sure Catherine and Leah will recall, we did not have a 40-hour work week all along. We had a longer work week, and that was it was a change to a 40-hour work week, which was very much a political thing in the United States. So I guess I'm trying to ask the question of whether we're just converging to the norm or whether there's something else that's really been happening.
Okay, Jason Furman.
If all we had was the labor market data from 2019 and before, and so far in 2023, I don't think we'd have a paper or a conversation about missing workers. We love to talk about every time CBO gets everything wrong, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that later. But for now, I'd say that Phil Swagel, Wendy Edelberg, and Jeff Kling were completely prescient. In January 2020, their forecast for the labor force participation rate in 2023 Q1 was 62.5%. In February 2023, the labor force participation rate was 62.5%. The employment is exceeding what CBO had forecast prior to the pandemic, and that's especially remarkable conditional on the fact that the population is, for reasons that we heard, related to premature deaths and immigration, smaller than what CBO had forecast. I, out of curiosity, checked two other forecasts. IHS Markit employment exceeds what they thought before the pandemic. The Social Security trustees, in full disclosure, employment is below what they thought. So I think if we had formed a 90% confidence interval in 2019, we are smack in the middle of it, maybe a little bit above it, and we can sort of argue about what our right at a sample ex ante forecast was, as Stephanie and Catherine did. But I think this sort of isn't a mystery. In fact, we might have been having a paper about why employment is so surprisingly high right now. And of course, there is a difference if you're looking at employment, which is well above, and labor force participation, which is roughly on track. Two other unrelated, very quick points. Number one, Catherine, I was surprised you were so quick to dismiss the fact that there might be persistent effects on labor supply of programs and things like that. I think part of the reason why we respond very vigorously to recessions is we worry that employment in 1 year or unemployment in 1 year can translate into unemployment in future years. So even though the benefits are gone, I don't know if it's just a wealth effect. And the last is just to look at the difference between us and Europe. Europe had a better employment response, less of an hours response, and maybe we can learn something from that comparison too.
Steve Davis.
Thanks. So super interesting and useful paper. Three sets of comments. First, and kind of contrary to Jason's view, what's the right shortfall in the labor force participation rate to think about? Both Stephanie and Catherine made the point about the new population controls introduced in the CPS in 2022 that caused the actual reduction to be somewhat understated, probably by 0.3 percentage points. And so I wondered why that wasn't part of the thing to be explained, not the 0.9, but instead 1.2. I also want to note that, and this is the part that's contrary to what Jason said, I guess, or not contrary, just the other direction. The shift to remote work expanded labor market opportunities for several types of workers. People with mobility impairments who perhaps couldn't commute 5 days a week but could manage 2 days a week. People who live in remote and left behind places with few job opportunities before the expansion of remote work. People who face joint location constraints that limit their job opportunities, and people who want to work, but they also want to be physically present with their children. And so now it's easier for them to do that by working from home. So for all these types of workers, the shift to remote work expands labor market opportunities with at least the potential to draw some of them into the labor force. So that's a positive aspect of the pandemic that would push the labor force shortfall due to the other factors up to be, that would push it in the other direction. The second set of comments is about the fear of COVID, as Catherine called it. In her summary table, the number that she plugged in there, the guesstimate is 0.2 percentage points. But if you look at her own figure 5 and eyeball it, the average value from her own data in 2022 looks to be about 0.7 or 0.8 percentage points. So nearly 4 times as large. In the paper and in Catherine's remarks, she explains that there might be a sample selection bias or a social desirability bias in the response to the questions. I think both of those are reasonable concerns, but neither one of them, as far as I can see, can explain the basic pattern that she shows in figure 5, which is that the fear of COVID effect is very large initially and then declines quite sizably by the end of 2022. So just a face value interpretation of her own data would lead to a much larger number for the fear of COVID. And then, a comment about the characterization of our paper. And we've taken on board the criticisms of the question design formulation in our question and gone back to field with new questions. So the next version of the paper will have different numbers associated with the fear of COVID and other infection risks. They're substantially larger, smaller than we found before, but they're still above the HPS numbers somewhat that Catherine presented. And as she said, that's because we have a broader concept of infection risks. The other thing I wanted to point out is the other metric that we use, or the other approach we take, isn't referencing infection risks at all, okay? And the larger number that Catherine decided is a number that comes about from relating social distancing intentions to labor force status. Last comment on the hours thing. I just have a question about measurement. I know from my own experience in surveying workers and the survey of working arrangements and attitudes, there's a tendency of workers to think about the hours they work as inclusive of commuting time. That may not be the intention of the questions, but the same groups that Young-Suk stressed is where the hour shortfall is showing up. Those are the same groups that have really cut back on their commute times. So I wonder how much of the hour shortfall is really a measurement issue that because commuting time has fallen so much for that group, they say they're working less, but in fact, part of what they're reporting as working less is just less commuting.
Okay, so we have 7 folks and not tons of time. Bob Hall?
Okay, very briefly. I just wanted to chime in with Stephanie about that it's a mistake, I believe, to identify the labor force participation rate, which is the sum of unemployment and employment, as a single variable that measures labor supply. There is an alternative way, and this is the way I've organized my research on this topic, to think about. First of all, one thing I congratulate this group for is looking at hours in kind of a parallel way. That was really a good improvement because the hours have been mostly separated. But on the other hand, I think breaking labor force participation into its components, which are quite different. Interestingly, the paper actually does that because it observes that there were months in which the unemployment rate before and after was exactly the same, 3.5%, kind of a magic number. And that's very good. And that's exactly what you would do if you regarded them as separate. You wanted to untangle the influences as separate influences. You'd find a change which was in which one of the influences didn't change. So, but otherwise, it seems to me it's better to present this paper as giving lots and lots of very important information about all 3 measures, unemployment, employment, and hours, rather than trying to claim that there's something that's a primitive of this, which is called labor supply, because I don't think that's consistent with the way we actually interpret these variables.
John Haltwanger.
So I wanted to raise a measurement issue that I think actually might impact both the way we think about this paper, but also this entire discussion. And that's I think the potential limitations of the CPS in measuring self-employment. So Pre-pandemic, the evidence suggests that the CPS was not keeping up with the administrative data in terms of tracking unemployment, a growing gap between statistics tracking self-employment activity versus the CPS. We don't really have the gold standard data from the administrative data yet for the pandemic, but we actually during the pandemic we saw a bit of a rise, but really not much of a surge in the CPS. However, there is this brand new series, the business formation statistics, which has had an enormous surge and it's had a surge for both what census calls both likely employers and likely non-employers. And the surge for likely non-employers has been even larger. So we're rough in 2023, we're about 50% higher on a monthly basis in terms of new applications for likely non-employers relative to 2019. So I think this might actually turn things completely on their head. If we're indeed missing all of that activity in the CPS, it's a completely different story. It might be related, interestingly, to the interesting discussion we've had about changes in work-life balance. One aspect of that might be people who have gone out on their own.
Melissa Kearney? Use right here.
Oh, sure. Do you want me to share with you? Thanks. Okay. Thanks, Catherine and Leah. I just wanted to raise what I thought was the conspicuous absence of childcare as one of your potential explanations, and Stephanie flagged this at the end. I don't think it's conspicuous because I think it is an explanation, but rather because it's a narrative that won't die in this town. So I was on a panel yesterday where it was just asserted as fact that the reason why labor force participation is low is because women can't find childcare. Jason and I looked at this 2 summers ago, didn't find evidence for it. People were really mad at us for saying that out loud. Then Claudia Golden looked last year. She also didn't find evidence of it. But so I found it curious that you didn't even consider it, and I'm wondering if it's because you didn't see evidence for it in the patterns of who was dropping out of the workforce. But I think because it's such a prominent explanation, it would be worth raising and explicitly dismissing. If that's what you find, I meant.
Or maybe you'd already been completely persuasive. Okay. Jonathan Pingle?
Yeah, thanks. Just 3 quick questions / one point. One was, there's pretty long literature on how persistent negative labor supply shocks are at older ages. And looking at the paper's results, a significant amount of the shortfall in participation is over age 65. And even conditional on, Jason's point, there is still actually a pretty large shortfall amongst the over age 65. So the question I have is, when we think about assigning the reasons, how much of this, is to be expected and how much is really that special to COVID in particular relative to what we would normally think of. And I have, kind of David Blau's labor force dynamics paper from Econometrica in mind. Negative labor supply shocks, maybe this was supposed to have unfolded this way to some extent. I thought the discussion, the interactions for wealth was interesting because one of the things that surprised me has been the lack of increased take-up of Social Security, given the labor supply shortfall amongst older workers. And then the last thing was, there's a certain amount of dynamics unfolding, and I was curious if the authors had considered any of this and sort of the go-forward implications in the paper, because, we tend to think of or talk about labor force participation like people drop out and do they come back. But, a lot of it is, cohorts evolving, and the older age groups' participation should rise as younger cohorts, less affected, age into those cohorts, and we still have rising levels of education, life cycle labor force attachment of women, et cetera, that should be pushing up some of the trends in these older age groups. So, I was curious if the authors, considered, taking more of a stand on when we should expect things like those trends to reassert themselves and potentially some of this healing to take place.
Wendy Edelberg?
Now am I on? Yes. Okay, great. So in a piece the Hamilton Project is putting out next week, we do a somewhat similar analysis to what the authors did. On the one hand, we only examined labor force participation rates by age and race, ethnicity, and sex groups, and not education. But on the other hand, we did backcast the effect of the 2020 census in order to say more about the effects on the level of the labor force. We show that from 2019 through February 2023, there was no net effect on the labor force participation rate from within group changes in propensity to work. So we're getting 0 where the authors get 0.05 percentage points, and I think that's largely because our comparison period is a little bit different. So in 2019, the labor force participation rate was a little bit lower than the 12-month period through February 2020, and more notably, the labor force participation rate in February 2023 was 0.3 higher than the 2022 average. But using the backcast data, we find that reductions in population growth point to a smaller labor force to the tune of about 1 million people. And so I want to first just pause there and say, as much as I would like to take the credit that Jason Furman wants to give us at the CBO when I was there, if we had had those different population estimates that Census put out in January 2022, we for sure would have projected a larger level of employment. And so I don't think it's really kosher to take the level of employment that we projected and compare it to now the revised data that we have in hand. And we also probably would have projected a higher participation rate because of the people who Census found. But finally, I want to advertise that the Hamilton Project, when we put out this piece next week, we're going to put up all of the backcast data so that you can use all of these backcast estimates of labor force participation and population, and then the different weights to be able to calculate all of your own stuff. So,
thanks, Wendy. Final is online, Alan Blinder.
I'm last. I'll be very brief. In addition to thanking the authors for their very fine paper, I want to address very quickly this question of, was it COVID or was it something else, which is the big question of the paper, and ask, this is not really asking this, I don't know the answer, isn't there some information in the geographic differences across the states of the United States in the incidence of COVID and certainly in the vaccination rates? And mightn't that tell, and then if you look at where were the jobs missing or the labor force participation missing, mightn't that tell us something? There was one slide that went by quickly in Young-Suk's deck, I barely saw it, that looked to be about that, but I just didn't hear very much about that.
Okay, so a couple of minutes max for the authors. Not that you don't have any comments here.
Thank you. I'm obviously not going to be able to go through all of the comments. I would like to especially thank our discussants for some really insightful thoughts about this. Stephanie raised, and other people raised in various ways, a big issue, which is what we think, what the right benchmark is. We obviously took a stand on what the right benchmark was, that it was, approximately where we were right before the pandemic, but clearly if you had a different view about that, you might get a somewhat different answer. I think whatever benchmark you use, I think you would conclude that there's not a whole lot of decline in participation left to explain. Stephanie, I loved your suggestion about looking at usual hours rather than actual hours. Young-Suk, I thought that the results that you presented, both on how declines in hours seem to be related to, and participation seem to be related to COVID exposure or experience across occupations and across states, was super interesting. I also found your results on who it is who's reducing their hours very interesting. I think in some sense it, as you suggested, is consistent with the story that we were trying to tell. I didn't talk in my presentation a lot about the patterns of whose participation is falling most, whose is rising, but there is a bit of a pattern there of it's the more educated older people who are working especially much less. It's whites and not blacks or Hispanics, and you're finding that it's educated high earners who are working fewer hours. Seems consistent with the idea that part of what we're seeing is for people who can afford it, a change in work-life balance. There's lots more that I could say, but I think in the interest of time, I won't try to go through the individual comments, but we'll hope to, I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but we'll hope offline to have a chance to talk with people about some of their comments.
Okay, so thanks very much. Oh, Lee, I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry, Lee, yes, please.
I think there are just two things that I can answer that I was thinking about. In answer to Melissa's question, that we did actually look at this and we thought that maybe we would see some patterns for parents specifically, but we did not see that in the data, which is really in line with what you had seen before. And then in regard to the retirements, there is a paper out of the Federal Reserve recently that has characterized retirements, maybe the excess retirements are early retirements that would have happened over time. So maybe it's something along the lines of people are retiring early, but some of these people would have retired eventually. So.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll take maybe a 10-minute break and then come back. Let's try to get started here. 2:42, we are 12 minutes late. No, what are we are... Next paper is on the Inflation Reduction Act and its macro and micro consequences. And it's by, and we're having Neil Malhotra present it. It's by John Bisline, Catherine Wolfram, and Neil Malhotra. No, I can't hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, great. Thank you so much for having us. This is joint with Catherine and John, who are here, and the standard disclaimer applies that this represents our views and not the views of the Minneapolis Fed or the Federal Reserve System. So the Inflation Reduction Act passed last year, and it represents, among other things, the biggest federal effort to address and tackle climate change. And so we're asking three questions in this paper. What are the implications for the Inflation Reduction Act for energy markets? What are the macroeconomic implications of the climate provisions in IRA? And what are the merits of the subsidies-based approach that the Inflation Reduction Act takes relative to a carbon tax that has most typically been advocated by economists to address climate change? To address this question, we're going to use a quantitative energy industry model called ReGen to answer some of the questions about what do we expect the Inflation Reduction Act to do to power generation and emissions. And we're going to also going to look at the macro impact through a simple analytical framework where we can think qualitatively what impacts IRA will have on the macroeconomy, and study the quantitative impacts through the FERBUS model. So we're going to take the investment numbers that come out of ReGen and look at those through the FERBUS model. The analytical model that we develop will also be helpful in thinking through the subsidies approach relative to the carbon tax. So IRA basically subsidizes clean energy investment, and it comes into two sort of big buckets. One bucket is about trying to increase the amount of zero carbon electric power generation. It does this primarily through investment tax credits and production tax credits. An investment tax credit is reducing the capital cost for building a new solar plant or a new wind power facility. A production tax credit is giving a payment to a utility for every unit of clean energy that's produced. Importantly, these provisions are uncapped, which means that the ultimate fiscal cost depends on take-up, how many utilities start to build solar and wind, and these provisions are also only expire once the economy decarbonizes to a given level. So that means that these provisions don't end at the end of the 10-year budget window. There are bonuses for the ITC and PTC that are based on meeting labor standards or meeting domestic sourcing standards that can also increase the fiscal outlays associated with them. The other major piece is $7,500 tax rebate for electric vehicles. And those electric vehicle subsidies are subject to the same sort of sourcing requirements and also to certain income requirements. And finally, there's a piece in the legislation that focuses on newer technologies like carbon capture and hydrogen fuels. And the uptake for the tax credits associated with these programs is also highly uncertain given that we don't know where the technology will be over the next decade. The CBO and JCT scored the climate provisions to be roughly $400 billion over 10 years. So using, the first thing we do is we use the ReGen model to try and understand what are the effects of this legislation on real investment. So like I said, ReGen is an industry equilibrium model that can be used to project, quantitatively project power investment decisions and consequences for electricity prices. And what we find is that ReGen projects a 50% increase in clean energy investment due to IRA. So prior to, so the two bars here are showing what the reference case is and what the post-IRA case is for the amount of capacity that will be added each year in renewable power generation. And there's basically a 50% increase over the baseline due to the Inflation Reduction Act. What's important to note here is that Regen's projection is actually on the conservative end relative to other outside modeling. There are outside models, for instance, one from an influential modeling group at Princeton that actually argues that the Inflation Reduction Act will result in a 5x increase in the amount of renewable power added over the next decade. So these are pretty large effects. We find that the Inflation Reduction Act reduces carbon emissions by 7 percentage points relative to baseline in 2030. So by 2030, under the IRA, U.S. carbon emissions are 35% below their 2005 level. That's still short of the 50% goal that was laid out in the Paris Accords. But those reductions continue, the faster pace of reductions continue over the subsequent decade because those tax credit provisions don't necessarily expire at the end of the decade. So what is the upshot of all of this from a fiscal side? Well, the upshot of this is that we think that the tax credits, particularly the electric vehicle tax credits, will result in a substantially higher fiscal expenditure than was initially projected. So the CBO JCT projected around $400 billion in expenditures. Under our central case, we get closer to $900 billion in expenditures over 10 years. And there's quite a bit of uncertainty even within the context of our model about how much this will ultimately cost. So the higher case scenario, which projects more credits for clean fuels and for carbon capture, that can get up to $1.2 trillion over the next decade. But there's also a possibility for considerably lower expenditures if macroeconomic conditions, which I'll talk about later, if macroeconomic conditions constrain investment in clean energy. And you can see the big part of the delta between our estimate and the CBO JCT estimate is in electric vehicles. So there are other important energy market impacts that the Inflation Reduction Act has, and one of those impacts is on electricity prices. We project that under the Inflation Reduction Act, that there's a substantially higher possibility that wholesale prices for electricity turn negative. And this has to do with the nature of renewable energy. Renewable energy is an intermittent source, and so the supply of energy that comes from solar or wind doesn't necessarily coincide with demand. So what's shown here is in the blue line is wholesale power prices from their highest price, from the highest hours to the lowest hours. And what you can see is that in certain markets, the model predicts that up to 20% of the time, the wholesale price of electricity turns negative. So why would somebody produce with a negative wholesale price? Because they can continue to collect the production tax credit. So the electricity price ramifications here could be quite important. We find more modest declines for retail prices of up to 2.2% relative to baseline by 2030. The reason that you get this big difference between the two is due to the cost of building out transmission. So turning to the macro side, what do we think the macroeconomic effects will be of this policy? At a very basic level, our macro model suggests that this is a supply-side policy that will boost economic potential in the long run. And basically, the way to think about the production tax credit and the investment tax credit as subsidies to capital. And what we're showing here is just the user cost of capital and the marginal product of capital, but for a specific type of capital, clean energy capital. In both cases, the investment tax credit and production tax credit raise the long-run steady-state level of capital. Raising the long-run steady-state level of clean energy capital lowers electricity prices and generates more electricity and generates more output in the long run. So you can show that output rises, consumption rises, investment rises, wages go up, and labor productivity rises all in the long run from this policy. And in the long run, it also crowds in non-energy capital. So there may be crowd out effects in the short run, but in the long run, it will actually attract more clean energy capital and can boost labor supply. But that's in the long run. In the short run, this is a policy that will raise demand. Energy investment will increase immediately, but output is fixed in the short run. So what happens is that either consumption has to fall or other types of non-clean energy investment have to fall in order to make room for the new investment demand. So consumption falls and real interest rates rise. One thing that could attenuate some of these effects is the presence of bottlenecks. We've become very familiar in the last couple of years with supply chain issues and production bottlenecks. That could be an issue in clean energy investment that would lower the amount of increase in investment and slow the transition. Bottlenecks here can have ambiguous effects on the fiscal cost. On one side, if you're investing less, that means that there's less of a fiscal expenditure. But with the investment tax credit, if the price of capital goes up by enough, then the cost to the government of providing that tax credit rises, even though the real level of investment is lower. One other interesting thing to note about bottlenecks is that the presence of bottlenecks would actually reduce the interest rate impact of the policy. Now, do we think that these macro effects are going to be particularly large? The answer is no. And the reason is that the amount that we invest in electric power structures is quite small relative to the aggregate economy. So over the last 5 years, the nominal investment in power structures is around $80 billion and another $50 billion a year in transmission and distribution. These are very small numbers, both relative to overall fixed investment and overall GDP. So the regen model does see substantial increases in those categories, but they're simply not large enough to move the dial in terms of macroeconomic impacts. Our FERBUS model finds in the short run demand effects that result in small increases in output, employment, and core inflation initially, but that subsequently turn negative. Headline inflation falls because of the direct effect of lower electricity prices. I do think that there are a couple of caveats to the FERBUS analysis that I think we should keep in mind. First of all, the FERBUS analysis is taking our model's inputs, which are at the lower end of how much real investment outside modelers think could take place. There's also a lack of a detailed electricity market or energy market in the model, and that decline in electricity prices that I showed you, particularly at the wholesale level, may have important knock-on effects through the rest of the economy. And this legislation is obviously being implemented at the same time many other pieces of legislation that are sort of working in the same space. So while we think the impact of IRA on the macroeconomy is limited, the reverse is not true. So if we are entering a period where we think that interest rates are going to be much higher than they were in the prior decade, or if we're entering a period where raw materials constraints are going to be much more binding, then that could have profound impacts on how effective IRA is in decarbonizing the economy. The left-hand panel here is showing the levelized cost of electricity. So this is a way of comparing the costs of different types of power generation. It's showing the sensitivity of the levelized cost of electricity with respect to the discount rate. And the key takeaway here is that renewable technologies, offshore wind, onshore wind, solar, are all much more sensitive to changes in the interest rate than natural gas power or other fossil fuel power. And that's simply because these sources of energy don't have any fuel component. They only have sort of a capital cost. There is some sensitivity to changes in labor prices, but they're not all that different across different technologies, with the exception of nuclear. And the other thing to note is that we have seen very large increases in construction costs over the pandemic period. Over this period, the cost to build power plant structures is up 20%, power plant equipment is up 13%, transmission is up 27%. So those are pretty large increases in just the space of a couple years. If those continue and don't materially reverse, they could have a negative impact on clean energy generation. So in just a last couple of minutes, I want to talk a little bit about the question of subsidies versus taxes. So what we show in the model, in the paper, because we have a structural model, is we can think about what margins are being distorted by a clean energy subsidy and what margins are being distorted by a capital tax. A clean energy subsidy, either a production tax credit or investment tax credit, acts on that first equation to distort the choice of how much clean energy to invest in. A capital tax, a carbon tax will act on how much fossil fuel investment to invest in. So these are two different margins that are distorted by the relative policy. What would the planner want to do? Well, the planner wants to do is they want to leave the clean energy margin unchanged. The optimal subsidy is zero, and the way that the damages from carbon emissions are incorporated are incorporated in the decision are only through the decision about how much fossil fuel capital to invest in. So only a time-varying carbon tax would be optimal in this setup. And Regen does indeed find that there's a much lower abatement cost from a emissions equivalent carbon tax than there would be under IRA. IRA has $83 a ton abatement cost. It's only $12 a ton under a carbon tax. But both of those are below the social cost of carbon, which means in some sense they're both worth it. So why would a subsidy be optimal? The way a subsidy would be optimal is only if you think that there are important learning from doing externalities from investing in, stimulating demand for clean energy technology. Increasing returns to scale or credit constraints might give rise to similar effects. But if you had just a model where the price of capital is falling in the amount of additional capital that you invest in, then you can get a reason to distort the clean energy margin and have a time-varying investment tax credit or production tax credit. And that comes from the fact that the private decision doesn't take into account that next unit of capital that I invest in lowers the subsequent price of investment in the future, and you want to take that into account. All right, so I'm out of time. This is just a quick answer to the questions that we laid out. We see important implications of IRA for energy markets, much more modest implications for the macroeconomy, but what happens in the macroeconomic environment will be relevant for how effective the climate provisions in IRA are. And we think that the subsidy approach has to be justified by important learning by doing externalities or increasing returns to scale. Thanks.
Thanks. The first discussant is Jason Furman.
So I don't remember ever seeing a more sophisticated after-action report on a piece of legislation that just deftly combines public finance, macro, environment, and tons of institutional detail in 68 dense pages. I also have about 100 things that I'd love to know that I think might even be of first-order importance relative to the legislation that the authors couldn't fit in to the 68 pages, and I think they'd probably agree with most of my list. So most of this is really just sort of taking off from where they were. I wanted to start with the question of whether the Inflation Reduction Act would reduce the deficit. Then will it affect the macroeconomy? I think one thing that gets sort of short shrift in the paper relative to its importance and relative to the importance on the macroeconomy is the distributional aspects. And then finally, just a little bit on carbon taxes versus clean energy subsidies. And let me say in advance, the other discussant, Ken Gillingham, I haven't seen his comments yet, but if any of them disagree with mine, I agree with him and also disagree with me. So will it reduce the deficit? This was the original CBO year-by-year score. Actually, the very first CBO score showed it as reducing the deficit in every single year, and then there were some changes in the negotiation that made it deficit increasing in the first few. The administration actually scored the legislation as part of its PAYGO scorecard, didn't get a lot of attention, but their score shown in orange here did show costs excluding the tax enforcement that were $400 billion higher than CBO had. So they basically are already on the record saying, we think this legislation is going to be more costly, but still net deficit reduction. The gray bars are the CBO estimates adjusted for the climate change differential in this one, with deficit increases every year. But there were a lot of other pieces to the legislation too, and there's good reason to think that the original estimates of, for example, the stock buyback provisions and the corporate AMT were too low just because the baseline for corporate taxes had been frozen a year and a half in advance and had changed quite a lot in the intervening time. And so the yellow bars are an attempt to adjust for that. So, what does it work out to be in numbers? Sort of different ways of looking at it, give deficit increases, deficit declines. I'll divide by GDP, and maybe between friends we can just describe the deficit impact as 0, and then haggle about the second, third, and fourth decimal places, because just different things get rescored and go in different ways. I think it's somewhat unfortunate, frankly, that the Joint Committee on Taxation has a process where they make a preliminary estimate of something and stick with it. In this case, they stuck with it for about a year and a half. And on cars especially, when the legislation passed, everyone who knew anything knew that the cost was going to be way above what they were saying at that time, and that's only become more broadly available to the public. But again, different errors go in different ways. Macro impact, the paper has this nice figure, plus the authors gave me the GDP one. These are the deltas relative to the baseline. I think you get a little bit more context about the macro by looking at it this way. This shows you the baseline and the post-policy. One of them is orange, one of them is blue. And yes, it's basically 0, which is to say to have a distributional conversation I'll have in a moment and a climate conversation. Those are the really important conversations to have on this legislation. The macro conversation, sort of a little bit like the revenue, which is rounding error from 0. I think the macro is roughly a rounding error from 0. Now, these estimates are just the climate parts of the legislation. To close their model, they're essentially assuming lump sum financing for the rest. Of course, the rest of the legislation didn't do lump sum financing, so just like we saw the reduction in the user cost of capital resulted in higher capital in the climate sector, the other parts of the legislation do the exact opposite. They raise the user cost of capital, so you'd predict less capital outside of it. I just, for the fun of it, just did sort of much simpler, like Keynesian multipliers off of the 4 different estimates, and at first it's positive, then it's negative. This is nominal GDP. Whether that shows up in prices, output, or leads to higher interest rates initially, you could argue about. I think the macro modeling is terrific and sophisticated. The things it leaves out are probably just as big as what are there. I already referenced the non-climate parts of the IRA. The second is there's a big distributional impact I'll get to in a moment that could easily feed back into things like consumption and interest rates. Sectoral shifts, I think, are a very important part of the story here. Gordon Hansen has a paper using a sort of China shock type analysis. Jim Stock has at least slides. I'm not sure if it's a paper that gets at this. And then just what are the induced changes in other countries? How do other countries respond to this? The rest of the world is not going to be the same as a result of this. They're going to change their policies, the spillovers in trade. One thing not in the model is that the Inflation Reduction Act will change the climate, which will affect U.S. GDP. My guess is that would also be roughly zero on the timescale that's envisioned here. The distributional issues, I think, are about roughly 10 times more important than the macro issues. If you look, Furbis finds that GDP goes up about $79 billion in the next decade. The amount of tax credits that are being sloshed around here are literally 10 times as large as that. This new tax credit program is as large as things like the EITC or the SNAP program that we primarily look at and think about through a distributional lens. And so much more attention to this new $80 billion a year program in terms of how it's distributed is important. And I just note that if this was a carbon tax, we'd be having endless discussions about distribution tables. But because it wasn't done as a carbon tax, we've had almost no discussion about the distributional things, even though I think it's 10 times more important than the macro. So what's the incidence of the subsidies? The authors sort of say, I think plausibly, that most of it will be passed on to consumers. 60% of those consumers, though, are commercial and industrial users of electricity. So it's sort of more like a corporate tax cut. Some of the incidence depends on regulatory rules, but some of it also depends on the comparative elasticities of supply and demand. And I think at least for industrial users, we definitely don't think of their demand as inelastic. And on a 30-year time horizon, I don't think we should think of anyone's demand for electricity as inelastic, suggesting that some of the incidence is on the supply side. TPC did some distributional estimates, which some of them they didn't publish that they shared with me. I readjusted them to match the BMW estimates of the total cost. And this is in dollars, what those subsidies look like. You want to do it relative to after-tax income, where you see it's sort of mildly regressive. I think this is quite important because one of the big arguments against a carbon tax is regressive. A carbon tax raises taxes on people. There's been much less scrutiny. If you're doing industrial policy, you are compensating people through businesses. You're giving money to businesses and hoping that money eventually gets to people. The idea that you can count on that in any sort of way is I think, much less certain and deserves more attention. So I'm not saying I believe exactly these numbers, but I believe these numbers need much more attention. For what it's worth, this is legislation as a whole, including the non-climate pieces of it. Finally, just carbon taxes versus clean energy subsidies. Partly I've already addressed that. Carbon taxes have this nice property that they raise money, and then you can give that money out in any way you want. So you can make it very progressive if you do it in lump sum transfers. This has this not nice property that 60% of the money you're giving to industry, or 100% of it you're giving through industry. This is a table from there. It's just simplified. If you think the carbon standard is carbon tax is the gold standard, relative to that, this policy is doing less increase in natural gas and more increase in wind and solar, so that makes it more costly relative to that gold standard. If you think that learning by doing is important, or you think that a carbon tax in the electricity sector actually isn't the gold standard, which Borenstein and Kellogg have argued because of the way it interacts with regulation and the like, you might actually like this IRA pattern where you get more wind and solar and less of a shift to natural gas better. The $83 abatement cost, if you compare that not to the almighty but to the alternative, I think that's wonderful, makes me very happy about the legislation. And much of that's a transfer, so you want to think of 20% of that as being a distortion and cost. The IRA provisions, and the paper doesn't really get into this, are also quite uneven. The ITC and the PTC are probably very valuable. The electric vehicle subsidies are probably, more of them are inframarginal. There's a bunch of costs here that are probably zero, and in some cases for domestic content, negative for carbon emissions, at least from a global impact. And understanding a lot of the legislation had things like prevailing wage rules and Buy American and the like, understanding the marginal impacts on those on climate change, I think is pretty important and something the authors speculate a little bit about, but understandably can't answer. You know, carbon tax and subsidy, are they equivalent? The authors do a great job talking about ways in which they are and aren't. Just wanted to highlight the demand being inelastic. The IRA is going to result in a 13% reduction in electricity prices in 2050. So 30 years from now, electricity is going to be cheaper. You know, what do we think the elasticity of demand on that scale of time is? And by the way, what about innovation? We think a lot about induced innovation. Are we going to have less energy efficient innovation in a world where electricity prices are cheaper? How much does that undo it? Talked about the distributional. The carbon tax works on multiple margins. I think this is especially important outside the electricity sector. You care not just about what people drive, but how many miles the people drive and the like. So just restating the main points, the net fiscal impact, I think it's approximately zero with different things going in different directions. I do wish the scorekeepers had updated us a little bit better based on what we probably knew at the time. The macro impact is very small, and some issues outside this, like how it's financed, how it's distributed and composed, could dominate. The distributional impacts are an order of magnitude larger, and I think this is definitely passes the test of relative to nothing. I don't think it passes the test of the very best. And I just want to end on, there's a big question of what you do to go forward. If we'd done a $15 carbon tax, we could have raised that to 50, 100, 150. Can we make the price of electricity, instead of negative 20% of the time, negative 100% of the time? How exactly do you scale up this type of approach to do the next set of emissions reductions is something that hopefully the authors will turn their attention to after all the other things I listed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. The next discussant is Ken Gillingham.
Perfect. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I made it on time, which I'm really pleased about. And it was a lot of fun reading this paper. This paper was quite an effort. There's a lot in it. Before getting to the paper itself, I want to give a little bit of broader context. Climate change is serious. It's been quoted as the greatest market failure the world has seen. The Earth is warming. Greenhouse gas emissions are the dominant cause. And it's kind of worth starting with that there was some motivation for these provisions. They were not the only provisions in the IRA, but that's a big part of what was going on there. And passing climate policy is tough. A little bit historical background. The archives in Congress are littered with failed climate bills. From 1993, Senator Byrd pretty much single-handedly killing the Clinton administration's preferred carbon tax. 2009, Waxman-Markey was very, very close to passing. And there's been a lot written about how the United States might be uniquely bad at tackling climate change. And some of it is partisanship, and some of it is the way Congress is set up. I'm not going to get into all of those details. I am citing here a Brookings report on the Republicans and Democrats deeply divided on whether climate change should be a top priority. But the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, passed. It provides billions towards reducing emissions, and I apologize, I did not get in your latest table in time, so this table's a little bit off. But actually, I was putting this table, and this is a table from the paper, to give a sense of the big picture about what's going on here, not on the exact numbers on the fiscal score. There's a lot in this bill, and it's in a whole suite of different areas. A lot of it is the clean electricity generation, and that's going to play a huge role. And a lot of it is towards things like nuclear power production that may or may not be changing very much. There's a lot that goes to individuals on the energy efficiency side. And then direct expenditures on things like industrial decarbonization, which is entirely other area. So there are lots of little pots of money, and they're not that little either. This leads people to perform a whole set of different analyses on the IRA, and there have been many analyses on the IRA, and I appreciate that the authors of this paper have put in another one that's kind of in the ballpark of these other analyses in the big picture. So that's not their main contribution for sure. But I just want to note Energy Innovation, the Rhodium Group, Princeton Repeat have done many analyses, and this paper is very much in the ballpark, showing that it's going to lead to some greenhouse gas emissions. Whether the uncertainty is quantified appropriately in these different analyses, I believe, is a very open question. In fact, I don't think uncertainty is fully being characterized. And I actually commend this group of authors for thinking a little more carefully about some of the uncertainty in these numbers. So to summarize the contributions of this paper, there are really 6 components. It's an extensive set of multiple analyses. There's no way Neil had time to get into all of the different components of this paper. 68 fun pages. The fiscal costs might be much larger than expected, is really a main point, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. But even at the high end, the IRA is cost effective, and this is actually a pretty big point, and is not something that was necessarily clear in the previous analyses. It is likely to lead to a lot more renewables, and thus lower wholesale electric prices. There was a lot done on the aggregate macro implications, and I applaud that work. It was really fun to read, but the end result is aggregate macro implications are small, which maybe is not super surprising in the end, given the size of the economy relative to the size of the bill. But it is true that macro conditions are likely to influence the IRA's effects, and subsidies like the IRA, something like the IRA is only preferable to a carbon tax with very large learning by doing externalities. I'm going to talk about that and tweak that a little bit. I'll start with the first one. Fiscal costs are unbounded. So one of the key aspects of this bill is that there's no cap on the tax credits. So we could have much higher costs. Of course, from a climate perspective, this might be a win. Not so much for the Treasury. You have some real questions then about the durability, the political durability of the policy, if by 2040 you're actually spending this much on it. So there's a real question there. But this was a table presented, and I just want to highlight this table as the difference between even the 2031 between the CBO and JCT and US Regen is very, very, very substantial. That's just an enormous difference. But there's a lot that can happen between now and 2031. Could a future administration cap the costs? Picture a different president and Congress on January 20th, 2025. Clearly, in my view, I think the very high projections would not come to pass. There's also a lot of uncertainty here due to the labor and domestic content provisions, which could be playing a very key role. It's just not clear right now how those are going to be playing out. And you made, I think, the authors made very reasonable assumptions about how those are going to play out. But it's not clear. I've been speaking to some renewable energy developers, and it's some of them say we're going to be ignoring it and just taking the subsidies without the some of these provisions. Others say they're going to do the best they can. It's just very, very unclear. And I think the developers at this point don't even know how they're going to be doing it. That adds a lot of uncertainty here. Now, there's also uncertainty, possibly even sooner, for electric vehicle tax credits. So in the Washington Post, just yesterday, there was an article saying why you may choose to lease rather than buy your next electric car. And I had a friend who I just spoke to who just bought an EV6, and he leased it. And he said, oh yeah, and then I paid it off immediately. So the Treasury allows that right now. It's very much unclear whether this is going to be allowed. On Friday, meaning tomorrow, the Biden administration is expected to release guidance that will sharply limit the number of vehicles eligible for the $7,500 tax credit authorized by the IRA. So this adds a lot of uncertainty on the electric vehicle side. It's unclear both in the short run with this Treasury guidance, but also in the long run how this is going to play out. It doesn't mean that the IRA is not making a difference. I mean, there's a lot in the IRA, but the extent to which these very large numbers are going to happen, I just have to put a large question mark on. And that's what that question mark is there for. And so diving in a little bit deeper onto the electric vehicle uncertainty, will the IRA EV provisions make a difference? So there's one aspect to this, and I think that this was alluded to in the last discussion remarks, that a lot of electric vehicles are going to be purchased most likely anyway. And so there's a question about how much inframarginal purchases there are going to be versus marginal purchases. And so you can see these different estimates here of electric vehicle, new vehicle sales share. And here you definitely have the IRA making a difference. And this is with some, and I think, reasonable first cut assumptions, given the guidance that we have today, that it will be increasing the number of electric vehicles. But let's just say my understanding is that Senator Manchin is very unhappy about these provisions, and it does remain to be seen what's going to happen here. But another point is, even in the reference case, you see a large increase in electric vehicle sales, which points to the marginal versus inframarginal question. The IRA is cost-effective at reducing emissions. This is another, what I consider to be a big result. At the higher end of costs, so note this is the upper bound of the costs you calculated, the average power sector abatement cost, this is just power sector, but still, I noticed there was no estimates made for all of the other things, energy efficiency and everything else, probably wisely, but this alone is quite interesting. $83 per ton of carbon dioxide emissions. There's a recent Nature paper, I think Jim Stock might have been a co-author on that, Renner et al., that puts the social cost of carbon, I think I see Brian Preston in the background back here, at $185 per ton of CO2. Even if you took the Obama-era estimates, if you add in local air pollution benefits, so the Obama-era estimates were more like $50 per ton in that range. You add in local air pollution benefits, those are likely to be quite large as well. So this finding of even the upper bound of the calculations for the power sector emissions being cost effective, I think is actually a really important finding that needs highlighting. The renewables and macro implications. So the results are not as surprising to me, but I will say that this figure, which Neil, I noticed was presented, of wholesale electricity prices is actually quite striking. That blue line for the IRA is really dropping down. It's saying that wholesale electricity prices are dropping below zero for a reasonable percentage of hours. This is on average. There's a lot of variability in electricity markets. So what strikes me about this when I see an average like this is that this means that there are going to be a lot of places where you could really see some very substantial low wholesale electricity prices. But there's another important takeaway from this. This is wholesale electricity prices only. We still have to keep the lights on. A lot of places have capacity markets, not all markets. These capacity markets are there to make sure that the lights stay on. Just because these wholesale prices are dropping so low does not mean that retail rates are going to be dropping so low in this way, because they're still going to have to pay to keep the power plants around. I want to talk a little bit about the economic motivation of the policy and finish up on this in my last 2 minutes. I really appreciated the discussion of the economic motivation. I think it's an important discussion in the piece. And indeed, innovation and market failures, and in this case, this is primarily a deployment policy, although there are aspects that are a little, that are not entirely deployment-oriented. And so it's primarily learning by doing externalities or spillovers, are pretty key to justifying a subsidy over a carbon tax. And I have two thoughts that occurred to me when thinking about this. Standard economic logic going back, argues for a policy for each market failure. So it's not necessarily clear to me that we should be fully focusing on a comparison to a carbon tax, rather than thinking more broadly about the fact that a carbon tax can address the externality, but doesn't the carbon externality, but wouldn't be addressing, say, local air pollution externalities, also would not be addressing any innovation market failures. And so that's kind of one kind of key point that didn't fully come out in the current description. There also seems to be a missing discussion about path dependencies and directed technical change, possibly induced from having a viable market. And there's some really interesting papers by Samoglu, Volchub, and others that talk about directed technical change and how that can lead to path dependencies. If one wants to be very generous to the IRA, you might hope that the IRA would be fostering directed technical change towards clean energy and leading us to a different equilibrium than we might otherwise. And I have to bring in this slide because this is a favorite figure of mine. This is updated by Jim Stock. Thank you. on electric vehicles, price when induced versus range, and this shows the manufacturer suggested retail price, the MSRP, and the line is plotting over the range. And there's a remarkable change between 2011 and 2012, the first blue line, to 2013, 2015, and 2017 to 2020. Just showing how fast innovation can actually occur, which really can change markets. So my final thoughts are that this is important work. Understand the deeper implications of the IRA beyond overall emissions is crucial for the policy discourse. It sets the stage for a whole variety of deeper analyses of individual provisions. I think something happened with the font here, but there are many fascinating questions here. Questions such as the distributional consequences, which I appreciated was brought up already. Questions such as comparison to additional policies, other policy options that could have been on the table or may be on the table in the future. Effects of the labor and domestic provisions. We still really don't know exactly how those are going to play out. And the things like whether electric vehicle subsidies or other of the incentives, are they marginal, and for marginal, and to what degree? With that, I will thank you.
Okay, start Ken Rogoff. Actually, let me just intervene, just say one thing. Actually, the 7 percentage point, there's a reference that you folks, that you didn't mention, which is that the Energy Information Administration came out with its annual energy outlook of 2022 just a week and a half ago, and they also estimate 7 percentage points marginal effect on emissions by 2030, as you know. So that's yet another sort of, I think people are honing in pretty much on those effects for overall emissions reductions. Yeah, Ken.
Thank you. Very interesting discussion. One thing that sort of puzzles me in this is that if we're really caring about global pollution, every estimate, say the International Energy Agency, anybody else who's cared to do it, we're almost not in the game. Europe and the United States are flatlining almost no matter who's in power, by the way. I mean, it's going to do better. We should lead by example. But the overwhelming changes and growth are coming from elsewhere. So when we're talking about cost-effective, why isn't that part of the equation? I understand that's not so easy to do. I've written some papers about this, and our Treasury secretaries, working in the direction of the World Bank. But I just don't understand the whole logic about let's solve our little problem when it's not even the problem, even burning down trees in the Amazon. I do think the learning by doing is powerful. So if that's the idea, we're going to figure out here and help you everywhere else. I kind of get that. But otherwise, I just don't get the whole logic of the calculations here.
Maury Opsfeld.
Yeah, I'm, sympathetic to the point that our efforts are quite tiny relative to the challenge, but nonetheless, we need to do what's politically possible. And Jason brought up briefly the issue of foreign reactions. Europe has a cap and trade system. They also have extensive green subsidies already. They've been quite upset at the prospect of this legislation drawing green investment to the U.S. and away from them. One possible positive effect in the broad dismal picture is that Europe has talked about making their own subsidies more accessible, perhaps increasing them. It's unclear if European politics will allow this to happen, but if that happens, it's at least something of a multiplier effect for this sort of legislation that could help a little bit.
Steve Davis.
Thanks. Just a very basic question. The carbon abatement costs that are described, that's the cost of abating a unit of carbon emission within the United States? Or is that an estimate of how it would affect global carbon emissions? So obviously, if the U.S. discourages the use of fossil fuels, then some of those fossil fuels can be exported abroad, and fossil fuels get cheaper elsewhere and used more elsewhere. And I just wasn't clear to me whether there was an attempt to address that or not. It's a different reason to wonder whether than Ken mentioned the calculations here, are they really getting at what we're interested in? This is a global problem, so I'm not sure why we're focused on, if that's the case, the abatement of the reduction in carbon emissions in the United States. Same thing about the 7 percentage point number. Is that a claim about abatement within the United States, or is that a claim about global abatement as a consequence of this legislation? So I'm sympathetic to Ken's remarks that if this is really going to have a big positive effect, it seems to me it has to be through induced innovation. Or I guess Maury was alluding to bandwagon effects and responses by policymakers around the world. You could imagine that happening, but just the mere reduction in fossil fuels usage within the United States doesn't seem, even conceptually, to take us very far towards addressing the issue.
John Haltwinger?
So very interesting discussion. There's been a little discussion of distributional consequences, and Jason mentioned also sectoral shifts. I think one wants to dig deeper into that, particularly the sectoral shifts. What do I have in mind? I wonder what the effects might be on different kinds of businesses, even within sectors. And are the subsidies going to go mostly to large incumbent businesses? If that's true, there's lots of evidence that when you do that has some adverse effects in terms of literally innovation and productivity growth and the like. And maybe you want to do that anyway, but the point is we should think about both the between sector effects and the within sector effects.
Phil Swagel?
Great. No, thanks very much. It's a really interesting paper. I was just going to say, we've been working on climate policy a lot. I started at CBO in June 2019, and we've been working since then on modeling efforts and reports, climate changes in the baseline now. So that's, I think it's an important innovation, and much more. So it's all on the CBO website. Legislation that changes the Internal Revenue Code is estimated by the Joint Committee on Taxation. So and the Wall Street Journal gets that right like hundreds of times a year in the news pages. So it's easily fixed. Do a global search in your paper and scrutinize every instance of CBO. So now, to be a little sympathetic to the people who did estimate this, it's, as Jason said, the industry is changing rapidly, and it's just a challenge, right, to give preliminary estimates and then have, especially with Build Back Better and then turned into the Inflation Act, and it takes a long time for, that was especially a prolonged legislative effort, and at what point do you change the estimate? And we have these decisions all the time, and so it's just, you have to be sympathetic. And then what Ken mentioned is implementation. And as he mentioned, the legislation has income limits, it has rules of origin, right? The tax credit is only applied to a certain limit. I bet JCT evaluated those as the statute says and did not, but the Treasury instead says that actually the income limits don't apply as long as you undertake this very minor financial transaction that Ken highlighted. And I don't know, it just doesn't seem like it seems like something you should mention. You mention it in page 8, but it seems like just to say, I don't know, it doesn't seem a fair criticism of JCT to, not to highlight that a little bit more. So anyway, that's it. And again, it's a really nice paper, and we'll read it carefully and look forward to engaging.
Thanks. Adele Morris?
Thank you so much for this interesting paper and for including it in the conference today. A few thoughts. When you're talking about costs, sometimes you're talking about fiscal costs, fiscal imprint of a policy. Sometimes you're talking about real resource costs. And I think it's really important to be very careful about when you're talking about what. And in particular, the cost per ton abated in some instances is the combined private and fiscal cost on average, whereas I may not understand it because I'm just looking at it, but the carbon tax is the marginal abatement cost to achieve the same environmental outcome, whereas the average would be the average under the marginal abatement cost till you get that cost curve, till you get to the $12, right? So you want to be sure you're comparing averages to averages, marginals to marginals, and fiscal to fiscal when you're talking about the cost. I really endorse your statement about looking at this in the broader regulatory context. For example, if electric vehicle makers can sell credits into the CAFE, corporate average fuel economy credit market, that can greatly affect the net environmental benefits of the EV subsidy relative to whether they cannot, because, you know, they can, in principle, just enable more SUVs somewhere else, right? So you got to make sure, and then there's state renewable portfolio standards, and as some of that's obviously going to be in your reference scenario, but just being really careful about what other policies are interacting with these tax credits. And finally, I just want to say thank you, Jason, for talking about distributional costs of something, or distributional outcomes of something besides a carbon tax, because it's like, okay, you get your $100,000 Tesla for closer to $90,000. It's hard for me to believe, you know, to think of a more regressive tax policy. And that's not to say you shouldn't do it, but it does kind of put a little burden of proof on the learning by doing, or, you know, calculations of what we think is a desirable policy. So, but good for you, and thanks again for including this paper in the discussion.
Joe Bolio.
Thank you, and apologies for the question. It's probably best ignored, but the question is whether or not the market structure of the energy system, and electricity in particular, is kind of up to the task that we're going to be asking for it. I was taken aback by the picture of the expected wholesale price changes and turning negative, and then I was reminded of a period of about 20 years ago, which I had to work through, which I had to deal with at work, which was the California electricity crisis and certainly it was something very different, but it also involved a big abrupt change in the market structure, and things worked very differently than people had expected, which would then have, which could have implications for the results that we desire and expect.
Glenn Rudebush.
Yeah, I thought it was a great paper. It was, I think, short on this directed innovation, the directed technical change. I think that is just a crucial element and a rationale for, you know, there's this well-known innovation externality, and that can require some market intervention. But my real point is distributional effects, and I think the IRA only passed because of its distributional, you know, the climate justice elements, that those were crucial to get through. And then, of course, I know you don't really talk about the feedback, and maybe at a macroeconomic level, the feedback from less carbon pollution on the macroeconomy is small, although I think if you take a bigger picture and think about the co-benefits, so the health benefits of less carbon pollution can have effects on labor force participation, as we saw, you know, thought about in the first paper, and again, distributional effects of that, and where the carbon pollution occurs more broadly.
Penny? Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, thank you. I was a little surprised by Ken's comment that what's the point of implementing the IRA? the United States is the #2 greenhouse gas emitter in the world. And of course, China is #1 and has twice the emissions that the United States has. But the United States is perhaps the richest country in the world. We are #2. China is already subsidizing green energy very heavily. The European Union does, and until recently, the United States was the only country that had taken absolutely no steps to address climate change. So we may not be the #1, but we are still very important. So that's the first point. The second point, I would like to second Jason's point that the distributional effects are very important. But I want to make another point as well, which is that the one aspect that has not been studied extensively is the political economy of alternative policies. Economists have been preaching carbon taxes forever. No one has ever dared implement them. There is a good reason for that. And I think it's very useful to compare policies to the carbon tax as the first best. It's a very important part of every academic paper. But I think from a policy point of view, it's not very useful. So we should also consider the set of feasible policies. Thank you.
Okay. Tristan?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted one quick observation, which is that so you have these very large increases in capital investment, and so that implies a large increase in demand for construction labor. And so in an environment, tying back to the previous paper, in an environment with very low unemployment, that could create a bottleneck. So I wonder if you can say something about that in the model.
Stan Berger?
Thanks. I think as economists, we often do this thing where we look at a policy that is suboptimal and then we try to rationalize it as well as we could. I think it's a bit of a stretch to argue, as I think both the presenters and both the discussants did, that this policy is motivated by addressing the innovation externality as opposed to political constraints on implementing carbon taxes, but also a broader mercantilist, protectionist push that the U.S. federal government has been engaged in for the last 7 or so, maybe 10 years. And I think, highlighting that, or at least mentioning it, seems appropriate in this context, also because of the international response to this legislation.
Okay, I'm going to take prerogative here and just jump in and talk about and make a comment on Ken Rogoff's and Steve Davis's comments, which is why should we adopt a cost-beneficial policy in the United States to reduce emissions when most of the vast majority of emissions are abroad? I doubt that they would have asked, why should we adopt a cost-beneficial policy to help the uneducated poor children of the United States when most uneducated poor children are abroad? And I think there's 4 reasons. One is because it's cost-beneficial. Another is because the political economy, which is that the poor children abroad or the voters in the other countries don't vote in the United States. Another is that there's potential spillovers in international negotiations, so the Paris process and so forth, and having the U.S. in the game is helpful. And then the fourth is that is this new technology invention. And I think there are elements. This is a very complicated bill. As Stan just pointed out, there's a lot of political economy here, but there are some aspects of this that are, where the learning by doing and the new inventions is relevant. So I think we're back to the authors.
Wow, this is a great discussion. Thank you for all the comments, and thanks especially to Jason and Ken for their great comments and also for putting up with our multiple revisions on this. I guess first on the distributional question that's been raised, I agree completely. That's a really important point. I also think there will be literally 100 papers written on the IRA by my field, and we're really just trying to scratch the surface. One specific point on Jason's TPC graph, I think it's a little unfair to take the JCT estimates and scale them up to our overall level, because the big delta between JCT and us is the electric vehicle tax credits, and those are explicitly means tested.
I used their score for the vehicles.
I know, but the delta between our score and, so if you included our score for the vehicles, there would be a little bit more to the below 1%. Okay. So that's one question. The other, you brought up Bornstein and Kellogg. Their main point is that the retail price of electricity had been higher than the social marginal cost, but that's based on old social cost of carbon numbers. So I think we should kind of all update our interpretation of that paper. Very importantly, the wholesale price figure that we put up and that Ken put up, that's for one region. That's for one region where there's a lot of wind. I mean, there are definitely going to be negative prices a lot of places, but we're not predicting, 50% of the time there'll be zero prices nationwide. It's only in the SPP area. I agree completely that spillovers matter. We have a little discussion of that in the paper. I think it's important to think about learning by doing. I also think that there are spillovers with pricing. The European Union is putting in a carbon border adjustment mechanism and already seeing some spillovers, encouraging other countries to adopt carbon pricing. So I agree completely that that's super important. In terms of leakage, the empirical estimates so I interpreted the question about, what does it matter if we're doing if the fossil fuels will just be exported abroad? The empirical estimates are low, especially if we're at the equivalent of $12 a ton carbon price. There's just not going to be that much leakage. Importantly on pennies, I would say no one has ever implemented a carbon price. There's the couple really big caveats to that. Like in the US, if you look abroad, the EU has a very well-functioning carbon price. Canada has a very ambitious carbon price that ramps up over time. Basically, like the rest of the OECD, over half of the emissions are covered by carbon pricing. And within the US, we have California, the northeastern states. So there is carbon pricing. I just don't want this crowd to be left with that impression. I've said enough. I'll turn it over to my co-authors.
Yeah, so Catherine, I think that was a really excellent summary, and thanks everyone for your good feedback. A couple points to add. I think quite rightly, there were a lot of important comments related to the distributional impacts of IRA. And I know that not in this paper, but elsewhere, we've looked at, for instance, electrification incentives and potentially how that could impact air quality, sort of using these types of models and detailed air quality modeling, really trying to understand the sort of spatial differences that could arise there. So I think that's a really important area for future work. This question about induced technical change, there's a broad literature on this, trying to unpack historically, what we've seen for solar and for wind, and trying to attribute that not just to learning by doing effects, but also economies of scale and other things, R&D subsidies. And I think that literature becomes extra relevant when we're thinking about the impacts of these IRA incentives on the supply side, even on the demand side. And it's not clear to me, at least ex ante, how those different incentives could change that rationale over time.
Thanks. We'll come back in, 15 minutes or so. Okay. All right, so this is great. So we're moving on to a panel. We have 3 shorter papers on emerging market challenges. Each of the authors gets 12 minutes, and then Ken Rogoff will be the discussant, and he gets 20 minutes. So the first paper is on India of Acharya.
Thank you so much, Jim, Jan, and Maury, for inviting me to present. I'll start off on a light note. If you're an Indian at 75 years of age, you usually take something called sannyas, which is you don't do anything anymore except pray to God. But if you're a country, you have to still keep going, trying to get better, and that's where India is. I'm going to do something very narrow in the context of this presentation. I've tried to be a bit ambitious with the paper. I've presented 5 contradictions in India, 5 opportunities, 5 challenges, and then 5 proposals. The contradictions have to do with the fact that India's stock market is booming, but the real economy since COVID is still below the pre-pandemic trend. India's urban and formal economy are doing very well, especially the ones that companies that are listed on the stock market. But rural, informal, unlisted economy is not doing as great. India seems to be diverging from the world in the sense that while goods inflation is gradually coming down everywhere else, in India it's rising. India is becoming more and more cyclically convergent with the rest of the world. And it has made some big strides in resolving bankruptcies, but yet it doesn't seem to be doing all of its job. It's taking very long, and there's a question mark if it can really handle large conglomerate bankruptcy. Now, when the world looks at India, when I look at India, the most promising thing about India is really its entrepreneurship at the present stage. There's just a feverish pace of creation of startups and young firms. It all has to do with India's digital plumbing, which in my view is one of the best in the world in the sense of how it's modularly delivered. It has opened up a huge possibility of doing fintech lending through cash flow-based credit scoring of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises where India has historically lagged. And why is all of this startup economy, fintech, startups, etc., a feasible part of the economy that gets a lot of funding from investors, including from abroad, especially in the form of FDI? It's because India is a thriving stock market in which participation by investors is rising a lot, and that has something to do with financialization of savings in India. Banking system is in good health. I would like to take some credit for that when I was the deputy governor at the Reserve Bank of India. What are the challenges, though? The word mercantilist policy was used, and I think it's certainly something that's been at play in India for a while. India has among the highest tariffs in the world. It's 4th largest in terms of tariff rankings using WTO data. For most traditional sectors, the tariffs would be as high as between 15 to 20%. And that's really a form of protectionism because it shields the incumbents, who are large industrial firms, as I'll explain, from any external competition. There are some macro things which are not as stable, perhaps better than at the time of taper tantrum, but the traditional fiscal deficits are high. Public sector borrowing requirement is more than 10% of GDP. Inflation has been above 6% now for close to 2 years. Maybe by global standards that seems low, but it's still much above target in India as well. And more than 45% of India's workforce is in agriculture, producing less than 15% of GDP. There's declining female labor force participation. By most measures, it's now less than 20%, which is low even by, I would say, very conservative societies of the world. Okay, so what I'm going to focus on is mostly this rising industrial concentration part, because that's where I'm bringing something new to the table. And then I'll talk a little bit about how India can restore the industrial imbalance that it has created over the last 10 years through what looks to me like a mercantilist policy of creating sort of domestic national champions. Okay. There's some joint work with a pre-doctoral student, Rahul Singh Chauhan at Chicago Booth School of Business, is joining Stern as a PhD student in fall. Good news is that India has good data available to study its corporations, and we use this Center for Monitoring the Indian Economy's Prowess database, which I hope many researchers can use going forward to study India. Okay. So to just put things in context, I'm going to focus on 3 types of firms. Top 5 firms in a sector in India are the largest in a given year in a given sector, or just largest across all non-financial industries. So think of them as top 5, but not necessarily the big 5 across the entire economy at the current point of time. The big 5, and some of them you have read, unfortunately, recently in newspapers, are the Reliance Group, the Tata Group, the Aditya Birla Group, the Adani Group, and Bharti Telecom. These are the largest owners of assets or biggest contributors to sales in the non-financial sector in 2021. And sometimes I'll talk about big 6 to 10, which are the ones immediately after that. Okay. So what does this look like? You can just focus on the right side picture over there. So India liberalized in 1991. Until then, it was basically a closed socialist economy. The blue line shows you the overall concentration in terms of the market share of top 5. And why does that decline with the liberalization? Because everything was owned by state-owned companies. And so the liberalization brought down the industrial concentration to start with. And what you see in the red line is the market share of the top 5 private firms by assets. As liberalization occurs, overall concentration comes down, the share of private firms rises. But you see that there's a meeting point at 2015, and what seems to be happening from then on is that a further rise of concentration of private firms is no longer contributing to an overall reduction in the concentration. It's actually increasing the overall concentration in the Indian economy. Bottom line is that you are sort of making industries more concentrated, but now doing it so with a growing footprint of the private firms in the economy rather than the state-owned firms. Okay, so that's overall top 5. Then the question is, who's contributing to this? And what you see here is that the big 5 business groups, which I listed above, they are the biggest right now in 2021. These have basically grown their share of assets from about 10% to 18%. The popular perception is that this is just making it hard for newer players to come in. But to an approximation, their growth of share, market share, is almost exactly the loss of the big 6 to 10. Okay, and this is why this sort of lends some preliminary support for this hypothesis that perhaps these are the 5 favored sort of national champions who get preferential access to grow in the country. And you can see this, once again, if you focus on the right-hand side, which is by assets, this is by sales, you can see that the big 5 have just been marching upwards, and the big 6 to 10 have had a very dramatic reduction in their footprint, and this is sort of within the space of private firms in the economy. Now, the question is, how did this come about? I described this a little bit in the paper, that they first went for breadth first. They expanded from 1990 till about 2010, extending their footprint in terms of number of industries on the y-axis there to about 40. So they became just large conglomerates first. They grew in a lot of different sectors. And then they plateaued because perhaps there's not much more to grow in. And then they started a depth-first strategy, which is now let's go in each sector and start and becoming larger and larger in each sector that's out there. And how did they do that? If you looked at the M&A activity in the country, this is just in terms of numbers. You can do it by sales as well. The red line shows, once again, that the M&A activity was pretty flat for the big 5 until 2015. And from then, they've actually really ramped up their share of M&A activity. You can see green line at the bottom is big 6 to 10. So it's not like there is a general sense of concentration that's happening at the expense of small firms. This is really something that's happening at the very top of the largest conglomerate groups in India. Okay, so a lot of people then go about worrying about crony capitalism, preferential access, key man risk or key family risk, there could be too big to fail, etc. I think all of these are big concerns with these groups, but I'm just going to focus on a simple inflation consequence of all this, which is that this concentration is now giving them a lot of pricing power in the market. So we estimate markups using the standard approach, once again used with this Pravez data. And I'll just quickly jump there, which is that while initially the markups were coming down in India because you were actually reducing the concentration, roughly coincident with the rise of the big five, you see that the markups are growing back up. And in fact, by 2020-21, they are even above where we were at the beginning of this liberalization cycle. And just a small sub-point, which is that this is happening regardless of whether capacity utilization in the sectors is high or low. The markups now just seem tremendously sticky for these sectors. To just highlight that this is coming from the concentrated sectors, what we do is we do some within industry, within year analysis relating the markups to the concentration by sales or assets. And you roughly see that the big five increase in the sales would contribute to anything between 0.1 to 0.2 in the markup. So this is 10 to 20 percentage points higher markups, which is quite substantial. And then we do a final analysis to show that this is feeding into wholesale price inflation in India. And perhaps that explains why India's core inflation has been so persistent over the last 5 to 6 years. But just to break it up into two steps, is it really about the big five, these markups? So if you look at the big five right now relative to other firms in their sectors, you can see that they charge anything between 0.1 to 0.2 extra markups. So there's an additional 10 to 20 percentage point markups that's opened up for these firms. In contrast, if you just see firms that are moving in and out as top five within an individual sector, not the top five, big five by assets, you see that there's sort of no differential markups between those firms and the others. So it's really something about these big five firms out there. Okay, just to sum up then, the question is, why has concentration risen? My assessment is that this is a conscious industrial policy to promote national champions. And there's history to this. The old model in India in 1970s was to nationalize public sector banks and nationalize industries so that government had foot soldiers all over the country. The new model now is to let these firms be private, but do an industrial allocation of rights to them. And what that does is that it doesn't give you foot soldiers, it gives you army generals to like operate in your infrastructure, in preferred sectors, and so on. There are some other reasons. It allows you to bypass bureaucracy. It allows for predation. It allows for strategic timing of delivery of infrastructure and certain goods just before national or state elections, because you can just assign a right to a private company. You don't have to go through the bureaucracy, which is then subject to various evaluations. Okay? Now, two things that are crucial here, and I'll make that point and then just have a few minutes on proposals, which is that these conglomerates are firstly protected from outside because the tariff rates are very high. And unlike, say, Korea or China, where the factors of production were themselves liberalized, India hasn't done that. So large firms close to the government can get around the inefficient factors of production delivery very quickly, whereas small entrants can't. And this creates both lack of discipline from external competition as well as domestic competition for these players. So, of course, there's a constant comparison in India being made to South Korea and China. If they had all these conglomerates, why can't India have them? Two big differences. One I've already mentioned about factors of production. And the second one is that South Korea didn't have the kind of tariffs India had. South Korean companies were producing global branded goods. Indian companies are generating most of their revenues domestically rather than producing global branded goods. So what are the proposals that one could consider to restore the industrial balance? I think India is at a very big opportunity, in my view, to capture the China plus one pivot of the world. But to do that, it really needs to have a market-friendly economy, in my view. So it needs to lower tariffs, at least to the level of China, if not further. Agricultural tariffs are at 35%. It will need workforce, so it probably has to liberalize that sector as well. That's one, so de-tariff in a big way. Second, I don't know how India will reduce industrial concentration, having allowed it to grow to be so large. Perhaps it would be hard for the government that has encouraged this to follow a trust buster kind of approach through Competition Commission, which mostly doesn't seem to be doing anything as far as I can tell. But there is an interesting approach in the US, which is to say that all the benefits, such as offsetting your profits and losses within a conglomerate, that these benefits accrue only if you own 80% of the subsidiary. So a graceful way to make it unattractive to be a conglomerate, unless the welfare or efficiency gains are very high, is to say you can't just take a 10% or a 15% equity stake and become the controlling equity holder. Why don't you invest 80% of equity? And maybe this would actually force them to actually do a large number of spin-offs. Last point on this, I'm really worried that if something like Adani were to spill over into a bankruptcy, how do you handle that through the bankruptcy code? I don't know. I think it would be a dramatically large-sized bankruptcy to handle. I think these conglomerates are too big to fail. They are too systemic to fail. They would have a huge impact on the banking sector and the capital markets, including foreign bond markets, where they've issued. So my proposal here is that, like what we did for banks after the global financial crisis in the United States and certain parts of the world, maybe India can require these conglomerates to start preparing audited living wills, which is how would you modularly resolve them in bankruptcy if they got into trouble? Maybe that itself becomes a cost on complexity and they start unwinding themselves. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We have Carlos Carvalho, Fernando. Fernando's presenting, sorry. Fernando Necchio on Brazil.
Well, I'll start by thanking the organizers for including us in this panel. And I should also say that the views expressed here are not of our employers currently or before. So in this paper, we are going to be talking about the challenges to disinflation, and we're going to be using Brazil as a case study, basically, and trying to get some lessons or insights for the current disinflation efforts, both in Brazil and maybe even in other countries. So since COVID, many countries are going through high inflation, and central banks have done quite a bit already in trying to tackle the inflation issue. And a lot of the discussion has turned to the disinflation costs and what comes next. There is a large literature for looking at disinflation. This is by no means an exhaustive list of papers on this issue, but a lot of this predates the inflation targeting regimes, and many of them are really focused on developed economies and not emerging economies. So we think that Brazil offers a laboratory to study disinflation in an inflation targeting regime. Brazil has gone through actually 2 periods of very high inflation and disinflation within the inflation targeting framework. And as we are going to be seeing in the paper, these 2 episodes of high inflation and disinflation have some characteristics in common. Both episodes they have as common components fiscal concerns and unanchoring of inflation expectations. Both episodes, for regaining credibility, they entailed sizable monetary tightening and changes to policies. And both episodes actually show that disinflation turned to be a lengthy process and economically costly. So in the paper, we're going to be using these two previous episodes and trying to see if we can say something about the current disinflation effort happening in Brazil. And we're going to see that there are many similarities between the two episodes of high inflation and disinflation and the disinflation effort that is going on in Brazil right now. And we are going to end by saying that the Brazilian experience actually adds to the literature that point to costly disinflations. So let me start by giving a little bit of a background on the inflation targeting regime in Brazil. It was introduced in 1999. The inflation targeting regime is such that the central bank has a target and a unique instrument to affect inflation. And the inflation targeting system also has some bands around the target, which basically allows for accommodation of shocks. The target, which is the black line on the right-hand side, and the left-hand side picture, has been declining over time as the country matures basically into the inflation targeting regime. In the left-hand side picture, we can actually see 3 times in which inflation, which is the blue line, rose significantly above target. Around 2002, around 2014, 15-ish, and more recently since the pandemic, since 2021. Of course, a very important variable for any inflation targeting regime and to assess the inflation targeting regime comes from inflation expectations. So the picture on the right-hand side is showing you professionals' forecasts for inflation, 1-year inflation 2 to 3 years from now. And we can see in this picture that you have 3 episodes of inflation expectations going above target. They more or less coincide with the 3 periods that I showed on the left-hand side, which are around 2002, around 2014, and then more recently, we also see an increase in inflation expectations. Again, inflation expectations are really important and key component in assessing an inflation targeting regime, but only seeing inflation expectations going above target doesn't really mean that they are unanchored, right? You really need something else to be able to say that. So what we do next is to look at, rely on an unanchoring index, which is basically an index that gives you a range of values from 0 to 1 and try to get the relative difference between the inflation expectations relative to target versus the distance from the upper band of the inflation targeting regime. So this index goes from 0 to 1, and we define as unanchored a period in which the index rises above 0.1. In the picture on the left-hand side, we shade the areas in which you find that you define inflation expectations as unanchored based on this simple index. And basically you have the beginning around 2002, the period around 2011 to 2016, and then more recently since 2021. And again, this index and the inflation expectations that we are looking at is based on a survey of expectations from professionals in Brazil. There are about 100 or so respondents to that survey, and it's a daily survey. So you can actually do a lot with that. So in the sample that we are using here, we're going to be focusing on the period between January 2nd, 2002 to January 20 of this year. Well, I only have 12 minutes. Well, actually, I probably have more because the timer was not started. But it still says 12, so. But because I only have a limited time here, what I'm going to do in the paper, we actually go through the first episode of unanchoring. Then we talk a lot about the second episode of unanchoring. And then we get to the current episode of unanchoring and try to use the lessons from the first two to try to infer and draw some inference about the current episode of disinflation. Because I don't have that much time here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on the second episode and then talk about the current episode of unanchoring of expectations. And I invite you all to read the paper and learn about the first one, but you know, the ingredients are actually very similar, so and they differ, of course, in many aspects, but some of the key ingredients are there in both two first episodes of inflation and disinflation. Okay, so talking about the second episode, if I could summarize them in one line, which is what I did in the title, I'm going to tell you that we had fiscal concerns in place, we had an anchoring of inflation expectations, re-anchoring required a lot of monetary tightening and a policy shift, and both episodes, and particularly this one, led the country into a very severe recession. So basically, to tell you a little bit of the background of the second episode, Brazil was going through years of unsustainable fiscal and quasi-fiscal practices for a while. Actually, a lot of the practices started as a response to the global financial crisis as counter-cyclical policies, but they were augmented and continued through even before the worst of the effects of the financial crisis was in place. But during that time, inflation expectations were still anchored, but you saw that they were already increasing and inflation was already rising up. Unanchoring actually happened by middle of 2011 when we saw an abrupt change in monetary policy and the central bank started to decrease interest rates despite the increase in inflation expectations and the increase in inflation that you are seeing up to then. In fact, the BCB, the Central Bank of Brazil, only backtracked this decline in policy rates after inflation was already way above target and inflation expectations were highly unanchored. So starting in September 2011, more or less, we saw inflation expectations tipping into the unanchoring, the shaded area in the left-hand side chart. And during that period, we saw a continuation of this unsustainable fiscal practices that were being implemented, as I mentioned before. During that time, credibility continued to deteriorate. We saw a continued depreciation of the exchange rate. And during a little bit around the early 2015, 2015 to middle 2015, we saw some initial indications that there could be some potential fiscal policies that would be classified as more sound. So we saw a decline in inflation expectations back then, and this is being reflected here in the unanchoring index, declining around 2015. But soon enough, markets realized that the reversal of the fiscal policies that were in place were not really going to continue, and the unanchoring in inflation expectations gained strength. Nominal exchange rate continued to depreciate. On top of that, the country was downgraded to junk status, which fueled even more a lot of the depreciation in the currency. And we basically get into a scenario in which by then the central bank was responding, actually. So they backtracked their loose monetary policy by 2013. But as I said, by the time that they did, inflation was already above target and expectations above target. So we get the central bank responding, raising the policy rate. We get the currency depreciating and a sovereign downgrade. So a lot of the discussion turned into fiscal dominance in Brazil. And on top of all that, we also got a presidential impeachment. So a political crisis also ensued back then. So the prospect and eventually the arrival of a new government helped calm down markets, we saw that when the process for the impeachment took place and eventually was finished, we saw an improvement in nominal exchange rate, reversed the depreciation that we were seeing before, and we started to see a decline in the unanchoring index that I'm showing there. The new government actually came in place and it introduced a very ambitious reform agenda and fiscal consolidation, several policies that would make the fiscal side more sustainable. And overall, and to wrap up this episode, we saw that unanchoring lasted for about 5 years. The country faced a severe recession. GDP dropped actually by a total of 8%, which is not something that we see commonly, even for an emerging economy. So I'm going to turn to the current episode, and basically we have, again, some of the same ingredients that we saw in episode 2 that I just showed you, and the episode 1 that I did not show you. And by the way, as a disclaimer, all the focus of my presentation, given the short time, is telling you what happened on the fiscal and monetary sides. I'm leaving aside, for brevity, global factors and other domestic factors that are obviously very important as well. So the current episode, we saw, Brazil was, after the new government came in place, we saw a lot of the reform agenda being implemented, and between 2016 and 2019, some of the reforms were being passed by Congress and implemented, and all of that was actually interrupted by the arrival of the pandemic. So the government had to put in place a lot of, needed countercyclical policies and also public health policies that were really needed at that time. And Brazil was able actually to recover very quickly by about the end of 2020. As in many other countries, we saw that inflation started to rise also by the end of 2020. And this is being shown in the picture on the left-hand side. In fact, from 2021 to the middle of 21, inflation was significantly above target, but interestingly, expectations did not unanchor until September of that year. So we got inflation expectations, inflation increasing. We had the Central Bank of Brazil actually responding very strongly since the beginning of the time in which inflation deviated from target, and we continue to see inflation expectations deteriorating and going into the unanchoring region. So what's going on over there? And again, we can talk about fiscal concerns being in the background of the unanchoring of inflation expectations. It was by the time that the country tipped again into the unanchoring territory, we had elections in place or leading up to elections back in Brazil, and both the incumbent and the challenger were talking a lot about expensive expensive fiscal policy. So the incumbent actually trying to tip the election into his favor, announced a few of populist measures back then, and the challenger, who ended up winning the election, actually freely spoke about reversing a lot of the reforms that were implemented between 2016 and 2019. In fact, since he won the election, the free speaking about reversing a lot of the reforms have intensified. And you can actually see that in the unanchored index when you see that sharp increase towards the end of our sample. So I've been trying to connect unanchoring and the fiscal side. And, this is pretty much, kind of telling you the story about things that were happening in the country. But one thing that is very interesting is that since 2018, the survey from the central bank, the daily survey that I mentioned about, started asking professionals about their views on public debt. So Since 2018, we now actually have data on their inflation expectations and also on their views on what's going on with public debt and what they expect the path to be going forward. And so what we do in this table is to give you a simple correlation between the deviation of inflation expectations from target, how far are we from the target in terms of expectations, and also the change in the projected path for gross debt to GDP for 5 years in the future and then for 8 years in the future. And I'm looking at these correlations in level and in 30-day changes, updates to the forecasts. And I'm showing you 3 episodes here. First, I'm showing you pre-unanchoring before September 2021. Then I show you what happened since unanchoring to the end of our sample, which is since September to January 20 of this year. And then I show you the correlation since the first round of elections. And what you can see is that we get an increase in correlation between inflation and gross debt projections once they become unanchored. And we have an additional step up since the first round of the elections last year. So this
Fernanda,
gives...
we need to wrap up even if the clock isn't working.
Yes, it is on 12 still. So to conclude, what we do in this paper is to use Brazil as a laboratory to look at disinflation in inflation targeting regimes. We show that episodes of high inflation and disinflation in Brazil, they involved fiscal concerns and unanchoring of expectations. Re-anchoring required tight monetary policy and a shift to a sound fiscal stance, and both episodes were lengthy and led to recessions. So what's going to happen in this disinflation effort remains to be seen, but evidence, if history tells us anything, recent history as well, anyway, it suggests that a policy shift may be needed, and also point to a costly disinflation. So Brazil adds another point to the literature that points to costly disinflation. Last 1 second, in the paper we actually look at, try to get some lessons from Brazil, apply to other countries, and we show that this challenging to credibility that we saw in Brazil can also happen even in advanced economies. We show an episode in the US and talk about the UK recently. Both episodes, according to survey data, are related to fiscal, can be related to fiscal to different extents. And so I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. So the final paper is Eswar Prasad on China.
I'm an honest bloke, so I brought my own clock. When I started teaching at Cornell about a decade and a half ago, I called my undergraduate class China's and India's growth miracles. And then, unfortunately, India stopped being a growth miracle for a while, so I had to change the name of the course, and I didn't change it back. But China has continued. Now, unlike in the case of India, it's contradictions everywhere. But China has held up, but it has come at a cost. And I'm going to argue that some of these costs could have implications for China's longer-term growth. But what is remarkable is that actually the government seems to understand some of these costs, and some of these costs and inefficiencies in China's growth model are actually being brought under control. Now, this doesn't mean that there are not risks out there. We'll talk a little bit about those. But the notion that all good things have to come to an end does raise the question of why will it end, and more importantly, how and when it will end. And the notion that we're going to see a collapse of some sort, a financial collapse, a massive amount of capital flight, I think may not quite be the right way to interpret the China experience. But first, it's important to start off with how remarkable China's growth has been. If you think about what China has accomplished over the last 3 decades or so, China has gone from being a country that had about 7% the GDP of the US at market exchange rates to about 73%. Certainly, the numbers look a little better if you look at PPP exchange rates, where China's economy is larger than that of the US. And certainly in terms of per capita incomes, there is still a pretty good gap. But if you look at the overall growth performance, and I have here the official data as well as data from the Penn World Table. Now, there is, of course, this deep question about whether Chinese GDP are correct or not. And it turns out that there is an array of opinions on this. Some would argue that, in fact, China's growth is a bit understated, while others have argued that China's growth may be substantially overstated. By and large, I think the consensus seems to be that if you set aside the quarter-to-quarter movements and start going into higher frequencies, the growth rate is pretty much where it is. Now, a few years ago, back in 2014, actually, Land Pritchett and Lawrence Summers, using data through 2010, had made the point that China's growth is a statistical outlier to an enormous extent in recent historical data. They pointed out the number of years of continued high growth that China has experienced is such an anomaly that you would expect it based on factors like the middle income trap beginning to kick in, just mean reversion, and the fact that China has very weak institutional and financial frameworks surely should lead to growth declining. And at some level, they were proved right. China's growth is certainly declining, and COVID did have an effect, and that is going to play an important role in this discussion because it turns out that China was, in fact, beginning to come to grips with some of the imbalances in the economy, but COVID may have put pay to that, and it could represent an important inflection point. Now, what are these inefficiencies that I speak about in China's growth model? One is that this is a model that has been largely based on physical capital investment, and it has delivered very low employment growth. So in this chart, I've plotted the growth contributions of different components, and the green part of the bars are gross capital formation. So if you think about the notion of China being an export-led, growth-driven economy, it's not quite the case. If you look at the contribution of net exports, which in an accounting sense is what matters, it's really not been a huge contributor to GDP growth. It's really been investment growth that has played a pretty important role. And if you think about what that means, one might argue that maybe China is not investing too much because, after all, if you think about something like the capital to labor ratio, it turns out that it's only about 1/3 that of the US. Now, this is a very crude benchmark, admittedly, but it suggests that perhaps China could invest more. But it turns out that if you look at the capital to output ratio, China's ratio is about 50% more than that of the US, suggesting there are some inefficiencies in the system. Likewise, if you think about the employment growth generated by this massive growth, it turns out that overall employment growth over the last 3 decades has been only about 0.5%. And this is over a period when average GDP growth, real GDP growth, has been on the range of 9 to 10%. What's going on? Part of this, of course, is a shrinkage in employment in the primary goods sector, but even the manufacturing sector, which has had growth of over 10% for an extended period, has generated employment growth of only about 1.5% a year. It turns out that the Chinese government understands this. Now, when we go back to thinking about the period around 2005, 2007, when China was running a large current account surplus, which is the red line in this chart, there was a sense that these two imbalances, the domestic imbalance and the external imbalance, were very closely tied together. That the saving investment balance reflected problems on the saving side of the economy, but also on the investment side of the economy. And of course, China saves a lot and invests a lot. So it turns out that the external imbalance after the global financial crisis actually did start getting rectified pretty quickly. The current account surplus did come down, and it stayed at a level of roughly around 2% for a pretty long period right now. It turns out that if you look at the domestic imbalances, they didn't quite get fixed. So it took a number of years before the domestic imbalances started shifting. So if you look at the periods from 2009 to about 2012, again, the green part of the bar, which shows you the contribution of the investment growth to overall growth, did continue to play a very important role. But then things started improving. So by the time you get to 2015, it looks like things are going the right way. So in terms of rebalancing, what the government was trying to do is shift away from an investment-heavy model towards a more consumption-driven model, and also to start trying to switch more activity away from the manufacturing sector. And here too there was progress. If you look at the sectoral shares of output or employment, in fact, we did see the service sector becoming a lot more important. But notice that as you look at the end of the chart, the share of the service sector starts stabilizing. So it turns out that once we start looking at the post-COVID recovery, there was something of a return to the old playbook. Certainly in 2020, growth collapsed. And in that period, gross capital formation investment once again become the dominant driver of growth. There was an upsurge in pent-up demand in 2021, but then in 2022, once again, a surge in investment. Now, where is this investment coming from? That is an important part of the efficiency story as well. So if you look at where the investment was coming from, the red part of the bar here, perhaps it should have been the opposite, the red part of the bar being public. The public investment used to dominate private investment until about 2015, 2016, when private investment started becoming much more important. By the time we reach 2022, we see private investment, however, declining. So if you look at the growth of investment in the COVID and post-COVID period, very clearly we see that private investment has essentially collapsed. So we are back to recreating some of these imbalances that we saw earlier. Now, there are some growth challenges coming and also some big things that could cause all of this to end in a very messy way. On the growth challenges, if we think about a standard accounting framework, we can see that there are big challenges coming. So in terms of the demographic effects, we've already heard multiple times, even at this conference, China does have a shrinking labor force, rising dependency ratios. If you look at productivity growth, that has not been a great story. The total factor productivity growth is shown on the right axis here. It is the dashed green lines that's been barely 1% a year or so. And if you think about China shifting away from investment-heavy growth, not having much contribution coming from the labor force, it has to be productivity. And this is something that the Chinese government seems to understand, that it needs to allocate resources a little more effectively so that it can get productivity growth going. And this is where things start getting a little tricky. The question is whether China can get past a lot of financial risks that are building up, where this whole story could end not in a gradual, benign way, but in a very messy way. And certainly there are manifold financial risks. If you look at the debt situation in China, there has been the notion that China has a high level of debt. If you look in terms of a cross-country comparison, China is not hugely out of line, but it is out of line in one respect, which is the corporate debt, which peaked in 2016 at about 145% of GDP. Now, one might argue that if you're getting a lot of growth, it doesn't matter. And I've always thought about China as essentially being a problem divided by GDP situation. Now, in most countries, you have inefficient, bad growth, problem rises, GDP rises, but usually the problem outpaces GDP and everything falls apart. China has accomplished something remarkable. They've actually managed to keep these problems from growing faster than GDP. That was not the case with corporate debt until 2016. But notice the deleveraging campaign. Now in China, at least initially, when you think about deleveraging, it did not mean leverage going down. It actually meant leverage just not growing as fast. But then, by the time we come to 2021, we see that corporate debt as a share of GDP is in fact declining. And this is again a period when you had very significant growth. Other problems come up though. Household debt as a ratio to GDP spiked very substantially. It increased about threefold over about a 7 to 8 year period, going to about 62% of GDP. This looks pretty bad. If you look at where China's overall balance sheet is though, it paints a very different picture. Take for instance saving. This is an economy that saves a lot, and while one might be considerate about an economy where the stock of household debt is 62% of GDP, this is a country where households on average save about 38% of their disposable income, which amounts to about 24% of GDP. So if you think about China's financial risks, I think a better perspective is not that there are risks that are going to cause the entire system to come apart, but very localized and specific risks that could cause potential problems. So for instance, if you think about the amount of credit growth in the economy, that is still potentially a problem. The green line here shows nominal GDP growth, and for most of this chart, you can see that measures of monetary and credit growth, M2 or total social financing, which is a broader measure of credit in the economy, have all been growing much faster than nominal GDP. So there is potentially still trouble coming. And of course, one of the forms this trouble could take is capital flight from China. There has been an extended period now when the net errors and omissions in the balance of payments, which in my interpretation represents leakage through unofficial flows, has been on the range of about $200 billion per year. 2014, 2015, when there was this brouhaha about China shifting to a more flexible exchange rate regime, but doing it with terrible communication, which caused the market to interpret it as a series of devaluations coming, led to a very significant loss of reserves. But there too, China, after having lost about $1 trillion of reserves, was able to stabilize things. But this is a concern. If you think about the overall amount of deposits in the banking system, it's about 160% of GDP. About 80% of that is household deposits. So one can well imagine a situation in which there is concern about the financial system, maybe an even deeper corruption crackdown that causes 10% of deposits to fly the country, which would amount to about 10 to 15% of GDP, and that could precipitate problems. But I think the government has enough control over the banking system, the capital account, to prevent this happening. So what could go wrong here? I think, and this is the final set of issues I want to bring up, what is interesting to think about is not that China has not had reforms in the last decade or so. There have been reforms, but I think the very process of reforms itself is creating some risks. If you think about what has been accomplished in China over the last decade and a half, practically every reform that one can point to has had something to do with the financial sector or capital markets more broadly. This is a town, Washington, where the notion of market discipline has taken a bit of a hit recently, but China still has this notion of invoking market discipline. It has an explicit deposit insurance system in place, in the presumption that depositors will therefore discipline the banks. Again, sitting in Washington, one might say, but the problem is that this is a very unbalanced set of reforms. What we are seeing is reforms in terms of financial markets, attempts to make the market work a lot better, but without the accompanying reforms in terms of the real side of the economy, especially state-owned enterprise reform, and most importantly, institutional reforms. It's all very well to say, let stock markets work, let price discovery work, but when you don't have clear auditing and accounting standards, corporate and government transparency, and good corporate governance more broadly, you end up with a lot more stumbles and accidents. And that, I think, is a theme. As we think about all that China has gone through over the last year and a half, including potentially problems in the property market, which Ken has an excellent paper on. All of these I think of as not really the system coming apart, although at the time it happens, when the stock market falls, the housing market starts staggering, capital flies out, these are interpreted as, aha, the day has finally come when the end is nigh. But each of these situations China has gotten through. So my sense that we are seeing a lot of volatility because of the enormous amount of inefficiencies and risks that have been built into the system. And one of these risks might be the very fact that we have very unbalanced reforms. So what I think about as the prospects for China is not necessarily one that is going to end in a collapse of some sort, but one where there are going to be very significant stumbles and accidents along the way, but potentially, if China can get some of its cards right, it could be a much more benign future, but one with a substantially lower growth rate. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Ken is pulling this all together.
Right, I'm actually not using slides. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to speak here, and they're three really excellent, clear papers, and I hope you read them, and that the presentations were very clear and excellent also. Let me just first make a point about lumping these three countries together, which I was told, we're going to have you discuss something on emerging markets. And I was actually surprised when I saw what the three countries were. Combined, they're very important, roughly the size of the United States when you combine the three. That said, if we use market exchange rates, I mean, India's about 20% or something the size of China, and Brazil half again that. And they're bigger than the European Union. I mean, I think they're all very important, but China's really in a league of its own in its potential here, its impact on the world. But I'm going to go to China last. Viral gave a lot of his presentation was at the appendix, which is related to another paper he wrote, which is excellent. I'm actually not going to comment so much on that. He presented that, but on the bulk of the text of the Brookings paper, which is also excellent. And he makes a number of points, but I'm going to just pick on a couple. And one is, he said, well, everybody said this, but India is a very closed economy. And some measures, I don't know, the most closed large economy, with the competition being Brazil, actually, or the Mercosur countries as being the competition. And this has just been a spectacular handicap. Why has India not been able to follow the Asian growth model? Because you can't if you have really high tariffs. My interpretation of the Asian growth model, and I really follow Raghu Rajan, has kind of written about this, is you use exports as a form of industrial policy. You don't have the institutions to have competition. If you close your economy, monopolies will take over. You get a situation like we've seen in many countries. But if you open it up, it provides some political momentum towards the winners, towards the firms that are doing well. And Viral made this point, that it's very different. Korea doesn't have the tariffs. And he gives a number of other policies, which he emphasizes you have to cut back on the monopolies. And of course, that's part and parcel of potentially of opening the economy, at least have better monopolies if you're going to have monopolies, more like Korea has. He mentions bankruptcy, and actually, I don't know if he knows something, but that was quite provocative to say we may see a bankruptcy of one of those. And he mentions a number of other things in the paper, the fiscal deficits, improving education, women in the workforce. There's a recent book, there's sort of a question, why doesn't this happen? Why doesn't it happen? Why don't we see more progress in this? And we actually, and the things Viral is saying, we should keep saying, that's what economists should say. We need to keep making that point. We can't waffle on that. And there are economists who don't say that what he has said and say, well, that's neoliberalism, it's terrible. I think, when you look at the poverty in India, which is really beyond what most Americans can really imagine, there, really does seem to need to be a way forward. Of course, it's political economy at the root. Ashoka Modi has a book, I don't know if you've seen it, India is Broken, A People Betrayed, and he sort of goes through the history of India's leaders, starting with Nehru and Indira Gandhi, who tried to create a social model, a very centralized planning. It was a disaster, and India is still recovering from it. He doesn't give a very realistic solution. It's very idealistic. The policymakers should be better people and should be less self-centered. I mean, that's my interpretation of this very good book. But the sort of question is, why doesn't it happen? India is not the only country that has autocrats. Parenthetically, the fact China has done so much better than India has been spectacularly influential around the world. And even people like Viktor Orban
point to that as one of the reasons, and possibly, and as Modi to some extent, point to that as a reason, well, why are you so worried about this? It seems to work. And I don't have an answer to that. As you well know, there's a large literature, Asimoglu, Robinson, about institutions, which, by the way, is a lot like David Landau's before them, on why some countries are so poor. Alberto Alsina gave a paper here, some like 8 years ago, maybe, about why it's really culture. And I don't go to these meetings, but a co-author of mine does, and says that at the NBR there's a war over whether it's culture or whether it's institutions, and I'm not going to get weighed into it. But it is quite remarkable what has not happened in India. But again, I think what Viral is saying, we have to keep saying, because that's what we know and what we believe. Just in closing on India, coming back to energy transition, it's something that's not talked about. It's a very big deal in India. And something to mention is that although there's a lot of green energy, and if I have a minute, I'll mention when I visited Gita Gopinath's parents a long time ago, they very proud, in Mysore, they very proudly showed me that they didn't have to depend on the electric grid, which was useless in India, and had gone to solar power. But they also have a lot of coal in India, and in fact, they don't want to go off coal in India. They need to be bribed to go off coal. They view it as a matter of energy independence. And again, speaking of what Janet Yellen is trying to do with the World Bank, and by the way, of course, the United States needs to have a carbon price and set a good example, even if it's dissipative signaling. But we need to pour trillions ultimately into the rest of the world in order to try to deal with this, and India is the leading. Need to speak to the microphone. So let me turn to Brazil next, in order that the papers were presented. And first of all, that's a pretty cool data set. And what I think is really interesting is that somebody at the Central Bank of Brazil thought to do that in 2002, which was very, very far-sighted, and it's a fairly small number of people, but there's some consistency over it that gives them this very interesting data set. So this paper, by the way, is very nicely done, and a longer version, I think, could be a perfectly good regular Brookings paper instead of on the panel. I'll just throw that out there. And it looks at a few episodes recently of disinflation. I'm going to go back a little bit further just as context of this, of where Brazil being different. When Brazil adopted inflation targeting in 1998, I was sort of watching this, and I've known Arminio Fraga, who did it, and I thought he was crazy. I thought it was just not going to work because you don't have central bank independence, and it was used as a mechanism to establish some central bank independence. But that's, of course, still a problem in Brazil and in many, many countries, that the central bank's not that independent. Another issue, if you're trying to extrapolate from Brazil, is if you go back a little further, they didn't just have inflation. They had two hyperinflations. I have a paper with Carmen Reinhardt from 20 years ago that has a calculation that Brazil's inflation from 1970 to, I think, 2002 in our data set was a quadrillion percent. So that puts a little perspective on how easy it is to anchor your inflation afterwards, and it's remarkable how well they've done. But it's very, very hard to get away from the risk premia of that history when you do this again and again, which is ultimately fiscal dominance. I appreciated that the authors were very cautious, although they talk about fiscal dominance, not to attribute it to the fiscal theory of the price level. I won't go there, but it clearly very, very connected to fiscal policy. And lastly, I'll mention, I hadn't actually looked at the data in Brazil for, 6 months. And I hadn't realized that thanks to the inflation, they've inflated away a good chunk of their debt, which is, of course, a de facto default, even more than we've done. It's been very good for Italy, too, by the way. But it's quite remarkable, but it's clear that if that's your experience, it's not easy to re-anchor. Let me finally turn to China, and Iswar gave a masterful presentation of an incredible amount of facts about China. I'm going to highlight a couple that he said. One, again, I hadn't quite looked in a couple of years at the issue, where he shows how different the different estimates are of how China's done. So we always kind of knew that when you go to any of these countries, you can't really trust anything. And I still say that about China. If for some reason, it's probably never going to happen, we had glasnost in China and found out what the data really was and what was really happening, it would be shocking compared to whatever we think. But what's interesting is that a lot of the changes are not because China has reevaluated its data, but Western economists who try to figure out what's going on beyond the official data have completely reevaluated what they did. And Iswar in the paper gives this figure of what Pritchard and Summers looked at in their 2014 paper of what growth was from 1977 to 2010, which they had a compounded annual average of, I think, just under 9%. And when you redo it with the very recently revised new Penn World tables, I think version 9 or 10.1, it's 6%. Okay, that's still really high, but over time, that's quite a shocking difference. If you look at what growth was, again, using the Penn World tables from 2011 to 2019, I think you get under 4% versus 6%, which is the official number through 2022. But I think some of that is when we're trying to compare growth across countries, which are really different, it's really hard. When I was an undergraduate at Yale many, many moons ago, I was studying comparative systems from Ray Powell and Mike Montius, and they emphasized the point that trying to compare what growth was in the Soviet Union with the United States was really hard because their computers were really expensive, but cement was really cheap, and it was sort of the opposite here. And there's not a simple way to square the circle on that. The Penn World tables sort of try to pretend everybody is the United States, but that, it's a difficult comparison. So anyway, I thought that was very interesting. So he makes the point that I think, someone who's been in the business for a long time, as he has, that you just have to have humility about trying to understand what the heck is going on, because they don't seem to have institutions on balanced reforms, and he goes on to other things. I would qualify that a little bit about what's going on now versus what happened. When I've been to China, I was always sort of impressed by that even though they don't have institutions, they had pretty good technocrats. I feel like I met a lot of them, and some of you have met more. And they have almost like a Harvard Business School, which you may regard this as derogatory, but it's meant as a compliment for the Chinese Communist Party, where you're a mayor for a few years and then you go off, and there's some quasi-merit system to advancing people. And even though there's not a democracy, obviously, there kind of was within the Communist Party. There really was a lot of power going down the ranks. And so, you go back to the United States not that long ago and, go back a couple hundred years or less, and not everyone was voting, and we sort of thought of it as a democracy. But, and in some sense, China's operated like that. And it's changed. That's my impression. It's really changed the last few years. I think if you want to ask a reason why China's not going to grow as fast, it has to do with that. I mean, maybe it's just all the people I know, former students and stuff, who I thought of as good technocrats are gone. But I'm very skeptical that really critical part of their institutional infrastructure, how they manage things, is slipping away. Maybe they'll reverse. I also want to say a word or two about growth. Eswar, I have a much darker view of what's going to happen the next decade, but it's not that they're going to crash. It's that it's going to go out not with a bang, but with a whimper, that their growth going forward is going to be much slower. So I gave one reason, demographics is another reason. But I also think for a long time, and I've actually a couple papers on this with Yuan-Chen Yang, who's at the IMF. If you look at the real estate and infrastructure, that's been their go-to. They're really good at that. But they built a lot of stuff. So we have measures of city by city and province by province of what the real estate and infrastructure is. It compares to Germany and France, and in some ways is beyond that, which doesn't mean you can't have more. But I would draw the analogy that where China is hitting a wall that Japan hit when it was building bridges to nowhere, that the Soviet Union hit when it was building too many cement plants and railroads, and all the Asian countries. Alwyn Young wrote, important papers on this, and I think they are hitting that point. And it's not necessarily that it's going to, lead to like a huge crisis, but their growth rate could be much slower. That said, although Eswar talks about the state banks, if you go to the commercial banks in China, which are in the smaller tier 3, tier 4 cities outside the largest ones, which still account for 60% of GDP in China, that's really where the problems are. That's where the overbuilding is. I would describe China, and again, I can refer you to my work with Yuan-Chen Yang on this. We have a paper called The Tale of Tier 3 Cities. They built it and no one came. The good jobs did not come. So I'm a little more skeptical. On the other hand, Eswar is really in this full time, and he's learned, you can't just say China's going to collapse because you become not credible after a while, and I can afford to be out there a little bit more. But I do feel there may be some ways in which we're coming to the end of the road. Sort of just finally say in conclusion that again, these are I've sort of highlighted some features of these papers. I could talk more about the political economy. However much you think we're screwed up in our political system, I invite you to visit any of these countries, and it's much worse. Anyway, thank you.
That's great. Olivier Blanchard?
Two questions. One to Viral. It's a political economy question. Haven't the big five becomes so big that decreasing tariffs is going to be politically extremely difficult, which is clearly an homogeneity, which is important. I have a question for Fernanda. I don't know where she is. Yeah. You've said that the issue now was lack of credibility of fiscal, I think, if I understand. But at this stage, we have a central bank having rates of, 14% or something like this, inflation at 6%, so we have real safe rates at 8%. And as you know, the Minister of Finance is not happy with that. So the question is, are there reasons really to worry about the fiscal path? Is it really the explanation for what's going on, or is it oversold? And is it a case of fiscal dominance and the central bank just has to do what it does? Or is it overreach by the central banks, leading to a very high rate and making the life of a government very hard?
Kristen Forbes.
Thank you. Tomorrow morning, we have a very nice paper looking at whether the world is deglobalizing. For example, whether there's been the shift towards more use of tariffs, restricting trade, greater use of subsidies to shift production at home, and whether there's a shift towards friendshoring. And I was wondering if each of the panelists could talk about how the risks they highlighted would be aggravated or mitigated if we do see the world shift towards a more deglobalized trading system. So for more specifically, Viral, you highlighted concerns about market concentration. If we shift towards a more deglobalized world, less market discipline from trade, will that aggravate risks around market concentration in India? Fernanda, you highlighted risks around inflation and fiscal policy in particular. If we go towards a deglobalized world, will that reduce discipline, make it harder or less incentive to maintain fiscal discipline? Or could inflation be worse because in a more globalized world, inflation will bounce around a lot more because of global shocks? Eshwar, you highlight, obviously trade has been central to the China model. If we are in a more deglobalized world going forward, what will that mean for productivity and the reforms you highlighted that are missing in terms of the manufacturing real economy? Will that slow down any progress there? And then finally, for all the panelists, maybe Les Eshwar, maybe Ken, you can step in for him. If we do shift towards a world that is more about friendshoring, or we have two spheres of trade, what will that mean for your countries? Will that hinder their development because they can't benefit from globalization, which has been so key to growth in many emerging markets? Or could it improve their position, give them more bargaining power as the world's largest economies want to try to pull them into their orbit?
Jason Furman?
Not to continue on the same track I was on before, but sorry, I wanted to hear a little bit more about the distributional issues in China. My perception that for a long time, inequality was increasing, but people at the bottom were getting better off at such a rapid rate that that is less of a rapid rate at the bottom now, that you have the Common Prosperity Campaign, which I interpret a little bit more as sort of slowing everyone's growth rather than raising growth rates at the bottom, and how that will work itself out both politically and economically, and whether that's an important set of issues to think about going forward.
Alessandro Albucci. A question for Viral. Viral, you focus on non-financial sector concentration. I wonder whether this is rooted also in concentration in the financial sector, whether the way capital is allocated in the financial sector is driving this, or vice versa, whether there is a risk that the non-financial sector end up phagocytating part of the financial system.
We're good? Oh, okay, please.
I just had two comments. One is for Viral, I guess, on the technical side. You know, that the markup estimation, there's a lot of assumptions baked behind that, and so I was wondering if, you know, in the prowess you have profit margins, and so it might be nice to just see those as well, because they're more transparent. And then in India, in China, I wanted to say, I mean, people talk about, you know, the slowdown in growth from 9% to 5% as being some sort of catastrophe, but like the solo growth model says that, you know, after you've accumulated capital, you should slow down. So I don't know if I see this as a disaster or something slowing down, but maybe just, you know, China becoming a middle income or an upper middle income country.
Great, thanks. Penny?
Yes, so I had three, I think, fairly specific questions for Eshwar. So they are all three on China. So the first one is, so it's related to the deglobalization debate. So you talked about capital flight, but where do you think the capital would go? I don't think it's welcome in the US or in Europe anymore, perhaps finance another BRI, but I'm wondering, we take that for granted that capital would just leave the country, and I'm not quite sure where it would go. Second, you know, this reversal in policy that you talked about in 2021, 22, one thing to keep in mind is that China until recently had zero COVID policy. So from that point of view, it would make sense to try to promote investment given that there was no domestic demand, but maybe this will be reversed again. And finally, one thing I was wondering about as you were talking, so you pointed out that there has been little employment growth, but while GDP was growing very fast. And at the same time, we hear a lot about the demographic challenge in China. So I'm just wondering, if there is a demographic challenge and we have an aging population, but then at the same time they have low employment growth, they have policies that essentially increase labor productivity, doesn't this seem like a sound strategy? Or what am I missing there?
Okay, let's go back to the authors. Vero?
Yeah, lots to cover, but thank you, Ken, for a very thoughtful discussion. Let me touch first on the political economy aspect that Olivier raised as well. I think to me that's the key point here, which is that I think the culture and the institutions are linked in my view. I think what's happening is that the autocratic regimes, they weaken the institutions. They show that they are sort of not working. That then makes it sort of, you look up to the leader then to do things. You know, so you shift from a reliance on institutions to reliance on the leader. And it's all about then the leader being able to get credit for the progress of the country. I think that's the root of the political economy problem. And I think India, exactly as Ken said, as pointed out in Ashok Modi's book, People Betrayed, had this. So India was actually a reasonably private economy functioning within the guise of a socialist economy. And then Mrs. Gandhi actually nationalized a lot of India because she wasn't getting any credit for the progress that the private companies were delivering. She said, I need to get credit so that I'm getting re-elected on back of this progress. That's how the first round of nationalization occurred. But that's failed. So now there's a demonstrated case in India that this has failed. And what we are seeing, in my opinion, is now like a backdoor way of delivering this, which is you get 4 or 5 national champions, you pick them up as the best execution entities within the economy, but now you still do it through a national policy so that the leader gets the credit. And no one right now is talking about institutions much in India because you've kind of relatively weakened them, and it's all about looking up to the leadership to deliver. So I think the culture and the institutions get subtly linked through the erosion of institutions, propaganda about where the credit should go, and then you need a whole mechanism to deliver that. And I think the national champions are sort of a modern version of, I think, what Mrs. Gandhi tried to do, in my view, through a very full-scale, explicit nationalization of the economy. I think to me that's like the main point. Then I'll just make a couple of very, very small points. I have no information about any large conglomerate going bankrupt, Ken. I was just referring to the fact that it could go, and maybe we should be prepared for it. It's true that their foreign borrowing costs have really risen and they are deleveraging very sharply. To me, that's a sign that some sort of credit risk is a problem. To respond to Christine's 2 questions, I think there is no doubt that if we close our economies, in some sense there is more concentration in the sectors by construction, and I think inflation will go to higher levels, in my view. I've been worried about that in general from this little bit of nearshoring or reshoring, whatever we call it. Will such a global move hurt India? I think it will hurt India. I think India's hope of getting a manufacturing share of the pie is that it integrates with the rest of the world. It becomes a slightly more exports-focused economy, as Ken was highlighting. I think India will remain a great services hub, in my view, but there are limits to that until the rest of the reforms take place. And a couple of last points. Is there concentration in the financial sector? I'm doing some initial work on this, and it's more subtle. Private banks have actually grown at the expense of public sector banks. I think the Reserve Bank of India should get a lot of credit for it over the last 10 years for not allowing bad bank balance sheets to expand. We have been very tight, and currently also RBI is very tight. What is a bit subtle, though, is that public sector banks are now becoming the largest asset management companies. So the biggest equity investments, like the equivalent of Vanguard now in India, is State Bank of India. They are the largest recipient of mutual fund flows, equity market allocations, And it needs to be researched as to what are the implications of all that for allocation of capital in an efficient way in the economy. Last point, everything goes through if you just use the traditional profit margin of companies. That is what analysts generally do. I wanted to do something a little bit better, so we stopped there. Thank you.
Thanks. We actually have one final online comment question. Sebnem Kalemni-Oscom.
Thank you. Great panel and excellent discussion from Ken. My question is to Fernanda on Brazil. So you mentioned they grew into the whole targeting regime, and each time it seems like they lose policy credibility, but they gain it back quicker with the unanchoring index moving less. So then my question is on the nominal exchange rate. So you only showed us for the second episode, but I know in the last episode they couldn't care about the exchange rate at all, right? They just look at the unanchored expectations and they went with hiking, and they didn't mention any exchange rate issue or capital flows issue. So did they do the same in the second episode? And maybe they didn't in the first episode. So it seems like they don't care that much about the exchange rate inflation pass-through anymore. So what are your views on that?
Okay, thanks. Let's go back to Fernando and Carlos. Fernando and Carlos.
Okay, well, first, thanks, Ken, for the comments and for everybody for the questions and paying attention. I tend to hug the microphone and want to stay longer than I should, so I'm going to be very brief and pass it to Carlos. First thing is to Sebnem, we do have pictures of exchange rates, interest rates, inflation, and everything that we could possibly fit in 20 pages. In the paper, I had to pick and choose what I was going to show here because I had 12 minutes. The movements in FX have been very different in the previous episode. We got a lot of depreciation before the unanchoring. Those were related to the pandemic. And I mean, we can go into the discussion about why it's not moving that much more recently, but in the first two episodes, you did see the same type of movements in FX during the period of unanchoring. One interesting data point that I didn't mention was that central bank independence of Brazil was actually passed in 2021. This is actually one of the reforms that is under attack, basically, more recently. We try to avoid including that in our sample, so as soon as the conversation about reversing independence came to place, we cut the sample. So our data goes up to January 20, exactly for that. If we had updated the data up to whatever is available as of today, which I did, you would see that an anchoring only increased until now. It's actually in levels that we saw in 2015, when we had impeachment, downgrade, and so on. So the whole rhetoric right now is actually not really helping the job of the central bank to bring inflation down. On the level of interest rate, this is always a very interesting conversation in Brazil. It turns out that the central bank raised interest rates quite a bit, and still we have inflation expectations unanchored and going up. So, the correlations that we showed are indicative that there is a relationship between the fiscal stance and the monetary and inflation expectations. Of course, they are only correlations. We really want to dig further into that in a follow-up. Carlos, I don't know if I...
Yes, just a couple of comments. So, yeah, like Fernanda just mentioned, the issue of high real rates in Brazil has been, Olivier has followed this over time. It's been a debate for a long time. I think one kind of simple way to think about whether rates have been excessively high is just look at the record of inflation targeting. It's not like we've had below target inflation, over many years. So there's something more structural about the level of real rates in Brazil that, it's up to debate, and it's something, of course, we discuss a lot and think about. But I don't think the international comparisons are very useful, at this kind of situation, because whenever you pick a time to compare. Brazil will have much higher rates than almost any other country in the world. And I think, we have to look at what's happening to inflation and everything else. So I think there's something more structural. Very quickly regarding Kristen's points, I think this is a difficult time for Brazil, as for many other countries. We're a very closed economy, but we do export a lot of commodities. So to the extent that I think like a trend towards deglobalization would be less detrimental than a bipolar world. So I think it's certainly not going to help, even though we're a closed economy. But I think among the two bad scenarios, let's say, I think the second one would be worse for this following reason. We trade with a handful of countries, are important partners, and the bipolar world would be more challenging, I would say.
Iswar?
So thank you, Ken, for that very insightful discussion. And indeed, Ken's work has been really important in highlighting the importance of real estate investment to China's growth and also some of the risks that come with it. Again, the question is whether it's going to cause the system to come apart. As he alluded to, there are some developers, as we've seen in recent months, and some banks, especially the joint stock commercial banks and some of the rural credit cooperatives, that are very exposed. So whether this causes a systemic event, it seems rather unlikely, but as we've seen, things can spill over. But I think the broader perspective related to the question you brought up is, this is an $18.5 trillion economy, so we should be pretty happy with it growing at 6.5%, or even 5% in real terms, because that adds a lot more to global GDP than practically any other economy around. So perhaps we are judging China a little too harshly by its own historical standards, really, rather than international standards. But I certainly agree with Ken that all the portents are that growth is going to slow down, and the question is really how much and whether the government can change the allocation of resources to be more efficient to support greater productivity growth. To Jason's point, one of the things that has struck me, especially looking at the experience of other emerging market economies, is how effective China has been at crafting narratives around its reform agenda. So if you think about, internationalizing the renminbi, which means different things to different people, but what it meant for China was doing a lot of things like opening up the capital account a little more cautiously, letting the exchange rate become more flexible, having better financial markets, better regulatory frameworks, which are ultimately better for India. So I viewed it as a sort of Trojan horse strategy. Whatever happens to the renminbi on the international stage, all the reforms that it generates or catalyzes ultimately help India. Likewise, common prosperity I see off as a way of generating support for reforms. In most emerging market economies, there is a concern that economic and political elites, walk away with most of the benefits of reforms. But if you talk about common prosperity, it changes the narrative at least somewhat. And the fact that China has been effective at pulling a lot of people at the bottom end of the distribution to a much better place, I think resonates with the people of China. But certainly, some of the forces we are seeing right now are leading to perhaps greater distributional consequences, especially what is happening in the financial markets. Now, as we think about whether whatever happens with globalization is going to affect China, which was your question, Kristen, there are other policy frameworks, the indigenous innovation approach that is part of the dual circulation framework. These grand slogans actually do mean something substantive in terms of China trying to move up the value-added chain, engage in technological upgrading, but they are not self-reliant yet. They still need American technology. They still need American technological products. And I think we are getting to a stage where China's attempt to achieve some of its domestic objectives could in fact be affected by both the economic as well as geopolitical tensions. And as to Penny's questions, capital flight is a concern from the private side. I mean, if you think about the official flows that China has had for a number of years before 2014, 2015, yes, it's going to be very hard for the People's Bank of China to move $100 billion elsewhere. But as I showed you with the errors and omissions, we are seeing capital, private capital going out of the country. The question about what assets they have access to is certainly an important question. Once you start thinking of the hundreds of billions of dollars, it's not obvious where that money would go, but there are still some nice houses in London that people could buy. And finally, you spoke about the employment growth issue, and certainly one might argue that in a country with shrinking labor force, maybe the right way to generate growth is through better investment. But the question is whether that efficient is efficient, and also whether it is being financed by a system, a financial system that is up to directing domestic and foreign resources to the most productive uses. And if you look at who's doing the investing, it's largely private, public firms. If you look at the rate of return on investment, it doesn't look very good. But on one final point, and this touches upon something that Ken mentioned too, that we have potentially a lot of excessive or wasteful investment. I'm from India and I have a different perspective. The way I think about it is, if there is a small city that needs a bridge, in China, you're going to get 3 bridges. In India, you get 0 bridges. What would you rather have? I don't know.
Okay, well, that's a good note to end it on. Thank you very much for a great series of papers. For those of you who are going to dinner, the reception is at the Darcy Hotel at 6 o'clock. So thanks very much, everybody.